Welcome back to the Cobblemon World Cup. I'm joined with Navarro and Aram. Where's our other referee? Where are you? Are you still tiny?
Yes, I am here.
Oh, you are. You're flying around my head. Okay, yes, I do see you. It's challenge. Okay, that's our third member in the box today. And we are joined for our first battle. Navarro, would you like to set the scene for the people?
So this is the opening match for day 10 of the Cobblemon World Cup. This is a match which is going to be determining the placement for both Tropimon and Cobblemon rivals in the group. Tropimon, already having secured entry into the knockout stages, is looking to improve their overall placement so that they can, face easier opponents when we do enter the knockout stages. Cobblemon rivals, they are already eliminated from the tournament, but they are going to look to scrap up some wins just to improve their overall in the placement so that, hopefully they don't end up walking away dead last in the tournament.
Very epic stuff. I'm going to set up the icons for them now. We're going to get Tropimon on the right. We'll see how sized these are. Sometimes this gets a little crazy. It's a little crazy.
No worries, no worries.
I'll let you take over, Freddie. We are doing VGC, though, in this first match, correct?
Yes, we are going to open up with doubles. Both players are currently in the team preview screen. So as soon as, they all select their leads, we'll be ready to go. Very
exciting.
Now, this is the second to last match that is occurring in Group C. We will have a match later between SquirtleSquadMC and PokeClash, and that one is going to be a match that determines who proceeds to the knockouts versus who gets eliminated. So that is a high-stakes match that we will be seeing in Group C. So I'm sure that both Tropimon and rivals are kind of glad that overall this match is a lot less pressure compared to what we're going to see later down the line in this group.
Yeah.
Looks like
have you noticed?
It looks like...
Go on.
Yeah, it looks like Trizafan has already selected his lead and is waiting for Idilias. This is Trizafan's debut in the tournament for Cobblemon rivals. And I believe that this is Idilias' second appearance. I can confirm that just shortly.
Oh, and they are off. We're underway. We do see the neutralizing gas Weezing come out with Kangaskhan, facing down an Arcanine and an Annihilate. We see an ability shield activate. That is a very specific thing that must be on that Kangaskhan. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, it is on the Kangaskhan, and I think that what it does is it's preventing the neutralizing gas from getting rid of its scrappy ability, meaning it can still go for fake outs into ghost types.
That makes sense. That's a very niche and fantastic strategy I've never seen before in Cobblemon especially, but this is the stuff we're here for. Now, do you think that with this lead they're going to have Dondozo with this setup here?
I can imagine that they probably are going to have something like the slacking in the back, but Dozogiri just being such a powerful combination, I could see that also being a reality. We see the Kangaskhan go down turn 1.
A massive low kick and a flinch as Arcanine flinches. Oh, after that's after the fake out.
Yeah, the Ceruledge is able to come out, so it's likely that the other Pokemon in the back is likely the slacking. I don't think that he would bring Dozo without the Tatsugiri and vice versa.
That makes sense. So this is a Focus Sash Ceruledge, and most likely, as you said, a Life Orb Slaking that could be coming in next to this Weezing as well. If this Weezing can stay safe, this is going to be a very still solid team coming out of Tropimon's side of the field.
Yeah, if I'm Trees, I would imagine that if I just target down the Ceruledge slot every single turn, I could imagine that the Weezing itself isn't going to be doing too much damage.
That's fair.
So that might be the strategy that we see him go for here.
Now, on the other side of the field, the team that they're bringing is an Assault Vest Ludicolo, a Pelipper with an eject button, a Safety Goggles Arcanine, a Braviary walking a Sheer Force Braviary rocking a Life Orb, and another Mousehold to join in there. Arcanine takes a big hit as Drizzle Pelipper takes the field in the place of the Annihilate, and there is an eject button activated on Pelipper as it gets hit by a sludge bomb, but not poisoned. I heard Novo for a second, but then I didn't hear you. I'm not sure what happened there. But...
I exclaimed Braviary. This is the first Braviary to appear in the Cobblemon World Cup, and he dragged out the Slacking without the Wheezing to be paired up with it, meaning that its Truant is going to be in effect if the Wheezing doesn't come back in the next turn.
Mm-hmm. That Arcanine is close to going down. I'm not actually sure if it was badly poisoned or normally poisoned. If it's only normally poisoned, it should live this next turn, I believe, unless it takes any extra damage. And stream chat, welcome. Let me know if the volume of the music is off, and hope everybody's feeling good on this sunny Cobblemon day. It's been a bit since we've had another Cobblemon World Cup stream from the main channel, but we do get Wheezing back in, and Slaking does get a chip away off into the Braviary, who is setting up a Howl for both Arcanine and itself, and one-shots the Slaking with a superpower.
Arcanine going down in the same turn.
Yep, Arcanine taking that poison damage all the way down, as we do see Ceruledge come back onto the field, and Tropimon is down to its last two Pokemon. Pelipper and Braviary. Now, would you mind explaining Braviary for the people if you're familiar with Sheer Force Life Orb? Because I'm not actually super familiar with Braviary and Sheer Force, and it is the first one that we've seen in this tournament, as you said.
So looking at the team here, the Braviary, I'm not entirely sure if the Sheer Force activates on moves such as Brave Bird and Superpower. Because I know that the negative effects from Superpower still go through even when this Braviary is rocking the Sheer Force. So I think that it's pairing up nicely with just the Life Orb for overall damage dealing in general. Braviary, you know, having both extremely powerful flying and fighting stab, are very nice combos to have into a lot of the meta. You know, sometimes you see things like the Amoonguss running all around. You might see Tyranitar come up in matchups. So having that sort of coverage is really nice.
Well said.
Really nice just to threaten offensively.
Gotcha. We see the Braviary does go down here, even after the roost. Did it roost, or was that... No, the Pelipper roosted, losing its flying type, but the Bitter Blade from Ceruledge takes down Braviary. Annihilate comes back onto the field in its place. It is poisoned, and a Sludge Bomb went into Pelipper, but it looks like it could take another one of those, so that's not super scary. And I believe now it is 2 Pokemon to 2 Pokemon. We are witnessing the last 2 Pokemon here.
Yeah, Ceruledge does still have its Focus Sash intact, so it can be unless it gets doubled into this turn, it's likely to be surviving. Pelipper is still at a really nice healthy range. I don't think it gets taken out by a combination of any attacks. We could maybe see a big hit come into the Annihilate from the Ceruledge, but it's unlikely that it'll pick up a KO. I would imagine that Treezer is currently in a better position in terms of the Pokemon that he has out on the field and the damage potential that we might see.
Diamond Boy
but this Ceruledge
in chat did point out, though, that Braviary did get Tailwind up before it went down. That's something I did not mention or notice. Just wanted to make sure we get that out.
Perfect. This Rage Fist should still be coming out at 50 base power, so not sure if it's going to be picking up any KOs. Huge Hydro Pump breaking the Sash. We see Rage Fist come out.
And that will be enough. The combo together, even at only base 50 power. And Pelipper goes down to another Sludge Bomb after the Bitter Blade. It is now Annihilate versus Wheezing. Impressive. Now this Wheezing's item, what is this Wheezing's item? It is a Citrus Berry, so it could recover a little bit of health. That could matter here, potentially.
Yeah, this is a Banded Annihilate, but you know, Wheezing is known to be very physically bulky. But I think that Annihilate is going to be able to come out on in this exchange, because this Wheezing, all it's going to really be able to do is just you know, attack the Annihilate and keep powering up its Rage Fist. Oh, but instead goes for Haze as to not do that. Looks like Adelias is going to try to have the Annihilate be run down by poison, but I don't think that that's going to be enough in this matchup.
No, that doesn't make sense as a... Wouldn't you want to keep chipping away at least? It can take one more, even if it powers up, maybe. But I don't know if he's going to be able to get it into KO range like this.
Oh, actually,
maybe?
looking at this exchange, depends on how, I guess, how much special attack investment that that Weezing might have. I do want to mention Treezer did end up revealing his EV spread and nature. This is a Annihilate with a lot of HP, but it doesn't really have any special defense investment. So, you know, we could maybe see a big hit come out at a certain range. That's probably what Adelius is trying to aim for.
Yeah, if it can sit through one more Rage Fist here, barring a crit, I do believe it's got a shot. Should take it down to about 27% health, unless this is a bad poison, but I don't believe it is.
Yeah, the Weezing shouldn't live another 2 Rage Fists. No.
Now we're running the calcs, I'm sure, here.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tight.
Does it need one more turn of stall, or does it sludge bomb here? This is
if Weezing is
impressive play.
If this all depends on if Weezing is able to live another 2 rounds of Rage Fist. We see another one. It's not going to live a second one, but he goes for the Heat Wave, doesn't pick up the KO.
Oh,
I think
no.
here Trees is able to wrap up the match.
Agreed.
And down goes the Weezing.
A great try. A great strategy to try and stall out that match at the end. That was not something I thought they had a chance at anymore.
Now, I'm going to quickly review the matches. But I think that this might have been Cobblemon Rivals' first win in the entire World Cup. Let me just confirm.
If so, you love to see that. I love to see a team up against the wall here and coming through. It's
yeah, the last time that they won a match was June 22nd, a little bit over a week ago, where they had a singles victory and a doubles victory. But ever since then, they have not gotten a win off the ground. So I'm sure that Trees being able to secure a win right here is a big confidence booster, and maybe going to be something that inspires Diamond Boy to, you know, win that second match, and hopefully bring Cobblemon Rivals their first points.
very nice. Very nice. You know, even if you're out of a tournament, that doesn't stop somebody from competing. Yeah, I'm sure these players are here for their pride, here for setting up some sort of comeback for the next Cobblemon World Cup as well.
Yep, every single match is just practice. Even if you're out right now, you know, just having that tournament experience is very, very valuable. So I'm sure that I'm glad to see that Cobblemon Rivals is still sending out their battlers and looking to, you know, make sure that they are able to salvage some wins just to offset the difference of finishing, you know, 4th in the group.
Agreed. And look at this. This is imposing, though. If you take a look at Cobblemon Rivals, we have two battlers on one side. And as you said before we started the stream, there's like 10 people over on the Tropimon side. They're all in matching skins, in matching visors, or what are we going to call those? Sunglasses?
Jerseys.
The shades.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's a scary sight.
Visors,
it looks like
jerseys.
They're facing Tron. And we see a Dondozo Tatsugiri start from Tropimon on this side. But the same lead on Cobblemon Rivals side, as we see a battler moving around too much for me to spectate. There we go.
Now I'm very curious to see how Trees is going to be able to break down Dozogiri. We see Order Up come out.
And a helping hand into Annihilape's low kick, which is going to take a 35% off of this Dondozo, but we do see the leftovers kicking back another 6%. And this, yes, as you said, this is a defense boosting Order Up Dondozo here. So Annihilate is going to have a hard time cracking through this defensive wall, I would imagine.
Yeah. Yeah, but that helping hand with the low kick did a lot more damage than I expected. 30%, you know, we could see something like crits come through. Because of this Dondozo having the +2 defense boost, I feel like a crit in any one of these moments could be what's needed to pick up a KO. And of course, you know, helping hand boosted. I think that might be what Trees is going to be forced to try to aim for, unless he has something in the back to deal with this. He does have things like potential Ludicolo. He could go for maybe Pelipper and try to just spam Hurricanes for confusion. But aside from that, you know, nothing else on.
Now, is this
Ludicolo
Dondozo?
look like they're really going to threaten.
Oh, wow. I mean, it's already down below 50%, and this is a beast wall of a Pokemon, so this isn't going terribly. But this Dondozo is rocking Wave Crash, so it's really just setting up its defense so that it can rest here, I imagine.
Yeah, definitely. And this arc, you know, all it's doing is getting more defense raises thanks to the order up coming out.
Yeah, just looking at this team sheet, I would imagine that there's no Mousehold in the back, so maybe he did bring Ludicolo, though. That would be a slight shift from the plan in the previous matches, and the energy ball from that Ludicolo would be extremely valuable, and getting it in safe here.
Order up.
That might have been a
Ooh, looks like the Arcanine.
Ooh. Oh,
That
yeah.
doesn't work.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's not going to work.
Yeah, no, Dondozo can't be phased out when it's in Commander activated, I believe.
And we do see the rest come out. Dondozo goes back to full. Another low kick comes out. 25% off of its health as it still comes back up another 6%. There is another helping hand, and you can see how much less the damage is on that low kick, that helping hand low kick, because of these defense boosts. We get a Sleep Talk Rest. That's big right there. If that had been Wave Crash, well, actually Wave Crash into, well, no, Annihilate would keep the boost, but it would be locked into low kick for now. We're getting Howls out of this Arcanine now, as Annihilate is at +2. Sleep Talk comes out. Do we get a Wave Crash or an Order Up? Wave Crash into Annihilate, taking it to 30% health. That's a big shift.
Yeah, we have to remember that because Dondozo is unaware, these Howls aren't doing anything.
Oh, no.
Dondozo ignores all the attack boosts.
Oh, that's a really good point. That is very unfortunate. The 2 helping hands there that have been missed would have been potentially more impactful. But here, you could see an extreme speed low kick instead, and potentially that would be enough. Or a big hit out of that.
I mean, those low kicks that were doing heavy damage were being boosted by the helping hand, so I'm not too sure. Down goes the Annihilate.
Oh, no.
Oh, man. We see Braviary.
Now,
this Braviary, I don't think that it's going to be enough to pick up a KO on this Dondozo, because this Dondozo stacked up so many defense. Treezer is still going for Howl, but this Dondozo is unaware. It's not going to help you out here.
Oh, no.
Dondozo rests all the way back up to full. Oh, man. I think you should have just gone for the helping hand and see what you can do from there. Stop howling.
Oh, this is definitely one of those moments where, you know, there are so many things in Pokemon to know, and if you just don't know one thing, you can be completely swerved around. We do see an Order Up, another Order Up come out, and this Dondozo is at +4 or +5 defense now. It's at 93% after that hit from Braviary. That's a Life Orb Braviary, and just wasn't able to do very much. As you said,
now in the tournament, goes for the Tailwind.
This Hurricane is
confusion.
Yeah. Oh, and it does get the confusion. Unlucky.
Oh, this is rain boosted Wave Crash now too.
Oh no. The lack of Ludicolo here, one assumes, is looking like a potential nail in the coffin even.
Yeah, this is definitely something for Trees to consider in the last match of this set. I don't think he's going to be able to bring it back from here.
We do see a Brave Bird take the Dozo down and a Hurricane, just under 50%. The Confusion does go through it, hurts itself in Confusion, doesn't take much damage from it, and is at 50% health.
Now, Dondozo might look really, really imposing, you know, in base Cobblemon, knowing it can get that double Omni boost. But there is a lot of countermeasure that has appeared in the tournament. There are teams that prepare with you know, of course, things like the Haze Wheezing. We see Clear Smog Amoongus. Prankster Murkrow is also viable in this tournament. I believe it might have only been brought once, but there is counterplay to these Dondozos.
The Confusion does go through again, chipping away as successfully as one possibly could here. We see another Brave Bird to 18%. A Hurricane connects to 2%. And it hurts itself and kicks itself out.
Oh my goodness.
Incredible. Oh, I did not expect that. So now we see Tatsugiri by itself spit out of the fish, and we will see another Pokemon enter the field.
Yeah. I mean, this Braviary, it only has 3 hits left in it before it dies to Life Orb Recoil. Pelipper at 54%. We see these Wheezing come right out.
So Sheer Force is off, Drizzle is off, not that that's going to matter. And now it's whether or not this Pelipper and Braviary, who are alone, whether they can take out these two Pokemon and one Pokemon unknown in the back for Tropimon.
Yeah, it should be noted that the rain is still up. I think we're probably just going to end up seeing something like the Muddy Water come out from Tatsugiri to pick up some KOs and, you know, hurt the accuracy of these two Pokemon even further. Or maybe we see the Dragon Pulse to just start doing some damage, but I can't see Braviary Pelipper being able to muscle their way through the rest of Adelias's team.
That would be rather shocking. But given that Dondozo going down in that state, I'm now awaiting the next miracle.
Yeah, that was incredible to see. Everything ended up going in Trees' favor. We didn't see any critical hits. A critical hit could have also sped up that process.
Very
but
true.
Overall, you know, Trees was able to finally bring that Dozo down.
Does Braviary have a ton of boosts? It actually, I think it does have a few howls in it. So we could see a one-shot for sure, at least one. We see a Dragon Pulse into Pelipper. Pelipper goes down from Tatsugiri's Dragon Pulse. Brave Bird from Braviary does not pick up the KO as Citrus Berry activates on Wheezing. And Braviary is taken down by its own, oh no, recoil. And there it is. We go to 1-1 in this series. That's correct, right?
Yep, we will be seeing a double set game 3 come out now.
And the first match point, the first actual match point, will be decided in the next battle between these two battlers, these two competitors who have shown quite a bit of grit on either side here. And now
Trees knows how valuable his Ludicolo is going to be in the next match. But then again, Adelias could also be thinking, you know, if Trees is going to try to adapt to my Dozogiri by bringing Ludicolo, I could switch up the entire strategy by not bringing those two and bringing the original 4 that I brought game 1. So let's see, you know, this is kind of where game 3 mind games really come into play.
That said, I do think there's a bit of luck there where Arcanine didn't take any of the hits, and during Sleep Talk 2 wave crashes went into Annihilate, and getting a free swap in off of Arcanine going down could have been a bit more impactful while Annihilate was still boosted. Say he keeps Annihilate alive while taking down Dondozo, and now all of a sudden he has like a +4 a +4 Annihilate with all those howls. I don't know.
Yeah, there definitely could have been a lot of room for the wave crashes to have completely shifted the way that Trees is able to play. If that wave crash would have gone into the Arcanine, we could have seen some massive recoil also come out to speed up the process.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what else is there. It was going to be very likely that Annihilate would aim to switch out because it wouldn't have wanted to have been stuck in low kick with the rest of Idilias's team.
True.
But still, being able to just accrue all those Rage Fist boosts would have been real nice for the long term, the long game. My fault. Both players are currently sitting in team preview.
While we wait for them to begin, we'll get a little bit of cinematic stuff going. We'll see. There we go. There we go. We'll just figure out whether or not these teams... Oh, it looks like Tropimon has made their decision. And we're just waiting on Rivals. Whether or not they're going to bring that Ludicolo to potentially counter the Dondozo or stay with the team they've been using so far. And we see Ludicolo Pelipper lead against the Wheezing and Slaking.
Incredible lead by Idilias, because this means that the Drizzle or the Rain isn't able to go up, and neither would the Ludicolo Swift Swim have been able to activate the same turn. So right now, this Slaking is looking like it's about to do massive damage. Ludicolo probably being identified as the bigger threat if Idilias did bring the Dozogiri in the back. So yeah, we'll just have to see how Trees adapts this. We see the fake out come out.
Hydro Pump does
Double
connect.
Targeting this time.
Big. That yes, as you said, this is an incredible shift in favor of Tropimon here. We see a third different lead from them. We do see Rivals make a bit of a switch up here, a bit of a counter, but unfortunately, they get predicted hard. Sludge Bomb takes Ludicolo to about 60%, and Ludicolo goes down to a play rough from Slaking on the following turn after there's no more fake out pressure. Tailwind does go up on the Rivals side of the field, and Sludge Bomb takes Pelipper to 60% and gets switched out.
Oh, if
we will see the last two Pokemon.
Ape
and Braviary.
Ape and Braviary. Now, we know the Braviary can go for a big superpower to pick up a KO into the Slaking, but so can Annihilate go for something like the low kick here. But I'm sure Idilias recognizes it. Not sure if he's going to let his Slaking go down or if maybe he'll stay in expecting to sacrifice it and just try to keep chipping down both Pokemon on the field.
Slaking is fairly fast. I'm a little bit surprised to see the switch, but predicting perhaps a fighting type move going into that slot. We do see low kick come out, and the immunity block on that switch is a big deal.
Incredible switch. Yeah, now the only thing that can threaten the Ceruledge on the field right now is a Brave Bird from the Braviary. Annihilate locked into low kick, which isn't going to do that much, which can't hit the Ceruledge and doesn't do much damage to the Weezing. That Annihilate should be leaving the field here.
Indeed, yeah.
I'm intrigued.
I think we see Pelipper. We want to avoid a Will-O-Wisp on that side of the field as well. If a Will-O-Wisp connects into that Annihilate, that would be pretty much game over, I would say. But we see a Brave Bird connect with Weezing, taking it down low. Shadow Claw into Pelipper to 4%. It's a critical hit, and Sludge Bomb removes Braviary. We will see Annihilate back onto the field, and this is looking like a dominating performance here by Tropimon after predicting the lead.
Yeah, a quick Shadow Sneak should be able to pick up the KO on the Pelipper. And if he locks into Rage Fist, he's not going to be able to hit that Slaking in the back.
Oh,
actually,
yes.
Let me look. Yeah, looking at the team, the only move that the Annihilate would be able to lock into that isn't going to result in it being unable to hit any Pokemon in the back is Pursuit. So it does look like, if this Pelipper is at least able to get a hit off, it could maybe pick up a KO somewhere here, maybe on the Weezing. But Annihilate just not looking good, because one of its moves that it wants to go for is just going to result in not being able to hit a Pokemon on the opposite side, nullifying it for the rest of the match.
Yep, Annihilate is a tough one to maneuver. If you can manage to get some help with it, it's great. But when it's being avoided like this, it makes it very hard to have this Pokemon who needs to be hit in a lot of ways, and also is obviously countered by this normal type in the back. And as we've seen from Tropimon, they're very much willing to make the swap and predict the fighting type attack. Rage Fist takes it to its sash, and a poison comes out. But Annihilate is now standing by itself against 4 other Pokemon, one of which it cannot hit.
Yeah, so this Annihilate is no longer going to be able to win the match. It looks like they're still going to play it out, but Adelia should be bringing it home now. And down goes the Ceruledge.
And the poison, if not the Sludge Bomb, will take out Annihilate, and the first match point will go to Tropimon. And that score is now updated on our stream.
Yep, I know Tropimon is going to be very happy with that result, being able to secure another win. And Idilius being able to come out with another 6 remaining Pokemon. Wait 1 second. Choose a friend. Only. It's a 5.
Now we will see a decision from rivals as they confer. They're going to be having to decide between singles or VGC, and I don't believe we've gotten a decision yet.
Yeah, Trees just asked that, or just let us know that he is going to be hopping in a call with his teammate, just to make a decision on the final format. I guess it ultimately would probably be all up to Diamond to decide, because he is the only remaining battler on the Cobblemon Rivals team. So it's whatever format he probably feels most comfortable with. So let's see what decision ends up being made.
That was a very strong set, though, to start there. And good adaptations seemingly across the board. That Dondozo going down was maybe the most surprising piece to me, though. After seeing it get set up like that, oh no, so scary.
Yeah, 3 confusion hits to be able to take it down. It was looking like it was going to get really out of hand, but thankfully we did see it go down. And we see Cobblemon Rivals make the decision to do singles. So that means we will be seeing Diamond Boy 099 or 066 on one side of the field. I'm curious to know who Tropimon ends up sending in. Let's see, do they have Master Sands in here?
It looks
they
like Master
This
Sands,
has been their designated. This has been their designated singles battler, still undefeated in every singles match he's appeared in, and he is making his 3rd World Cup appearance here.
Oh wow! Oh,
Yeah,
I
so
love
this
the
is
stats.
Definitely one of the heavy hitters. Yeah, definitely one of the heavy hitters for this tournament. Let's see if he's able to secure another match point here.
Now, do you have any team that you predict them to go with? Have they been running the same team, or have they adapted much during the?
No, Sands. Sands has been somebody who does like to, make sure that his teams aren't becoming too predictable. Maybe we see him return with a team from game 1 or game 2. I mean, round 1 or round 2. But overall, Sands is somebody who leans a lot more towards offense play styles. A really, really big anti-style guy.
Let me interrupt you just one quick second. Diamond Boy said in chat, "Can we get this canceled? I only had 2 of my mons in my party." Hopefully, that's. I don't know if that's. That was in stream chat.
That's funny. Yeah. That's really funny.
That would not go well. That's one of those dodgeball moments where you say, "We'll see how it pans out for him, Cotton." Do we get them figured out? Okay, beautiful. Diamond Boy has gotten it sorted. Thank you for resorting to stream chat. For probably say that in game chat, but
Wait,
What?
that means he's listening to all the strategies that we might be coming up with in here.
I'm
Diamond,
sure that's the
I'm not
case.
sure how we feel about that.
Let's make sure we're very well. We can't see the sheet in this time. He has more information than we do for singles.
That's very true. That's very true.
So instead, Diamond, how about you share your strategies with us in stream chat, and we can do some good broadcasting.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
No. Okay. Hey, call me crazy.
Yeah, we don't want we don't want Tropimon spies either. That's way too funny.
If it can go one way, it might as well go the other. That's what I'm saying. Also, you're totally welcome to be in stream, I think. Whatever we say is public knowledge. I don't think that's it is what it is.
Of course, of course. You're the person battling here, so you do have more experience than both of us here. Trust your gut more than any of us here.
And they are off.
We see Garganacl facing down against Glamora. Lead Glamora likely going to be setting up hazards here. Doesn't really threaten the Garganacl too much with any of its attacks.
We do see a Stealth Rock get set up. And
we see the Sulk here. Activate to talk to Bree.
A double spike setting basically here. We get one Stealth Rock and one Toxic Spikes from the side of Tropimon onto Rival's side.
Yeah, Glamora is threatened by an Earthquake from this Garganacl.
And yes, this arena and the 3 other arenas were all made by the Cobblemon build team. I have to move my camera. Oh my god.
Paparaja making its debut in the tournament. Incredible pick. Facing down against the Goodra. Now, Paparaja is sporting the Sheer Force ability, so we're probably seeing it have a Life Orb attached to it for more damage output. It has a really, really nice offensive move pool. Could go for things like Heavy Slam, Iron Head, High Horsepower, Play Rough, Super Power.
Ooh, it's a
we
big
see the bulldoze come out. Massive damage. Oh my goodness. Now, the bulldoze didn't lower the Goodra's speed, showing that this is Covert Cloak, but it would likely go down in the next hit either way.
Alomomoa comes on and gets poisoned, but eats the bulldoze fairly handily. Also not taking a speed drop. Not that that's maybe as important here. Now, how do you know?
Oh, sorry. Sheer force would prevent the speed drops from happening.
Ah, okay.
So that's also what would be happening here.
But the Paparaja and Goodra, how close do they compare in speed, do you think? Because I feel like that acid armor might have been predicting that Goodra would have outsped, and it did not. We do see a Whirlpool locking the Paparaja onto the field, and an Iron Head into Alomomoa. It's down to 20% health now.
Yikes. Oh, Paparaja is sporting the Rocky helmet. Should go down to the next hit. There wasn't even a wish on the field, so another bulldoze. And this Paparaja is putting in so much work. Insane damage that we're seeing come out from this Paparaja. Crippling almost all of Diamond's team. The Goodra went all the way down to like 30%. Aloe down to like 20%. Donphan now has its sturdy broken. This is probably going to be the most value you see out of Paparaja in the entire tournament.
And a Goldango comes on, rocking the balloon and blocks the rapid spin. It's a big deal as Donphan goes down to the first Make It Rain. Goldango does get the special attack drop, but seemingly extremely worth it as Meowscarada comes in, gets poisoned, and takes Stealth Rock damage.
Yep, so most likely rocking the Choice Scarf or the Choice Band item. With Donphan going down, it's unlikely that the hazards are going to leave Diamond's side at all. I would probably just go into Glamora here, get that second round of Toxic Spike going. Not that it might matter too much in this format, since in this match, since a lot of the Pokemon have already been poisoned on Diamond's side. But I'm curious to see, maybe Master tries to just preserve a 6-0 and keeps pivoting around that, trying to, of course, improve his overall score.
Oh my. That's one way to do it. Going out in style. Now, Meowscarada does rock the knockoff, which is majorly threatening to Goldango. Like you say, that would be a big reason to swap here. And we do see the switch to Glimmora, as you predicted. The big knockoff comes out and takes Glimmora to about 32%, but more spikes come onto the field, and now any Pokemon coming on from rivals that is not immuning it is going to be getting badly poisoned.
Diamond going, yeah, I'm cooked in the chat.
Oh no.
Never give up, Diamond. Never give up. You can still pick up some KOs here.
It might be true, though. It is not seeming a very even match at the moment, unfortunately. Sui and Samurott comes on as knockoff. The most likely, like you said, choice locked from this Meowscarada goes into the Samurott, knocking off Black Glasses. But Samurott took it pretty handily. Goodra comes back on the field, immuning the toxic, but taking rocks damage, as Samurott sets up a swords dance.
Yeah, it's very, yeah, this Goodra is not going to live any hit. Ceaseless Edge to set up a third entry hazard on the field. Spikes, rocks, and T-spikes up on the opposite side. I think that this the Samurott is very likely to be running Sucker Punch. This Meowscarada should go down after all that hazard damage from a +2 Sucker Punch.
Oh no.
We do see it come out.
And
Down goes Meow.
And it's a critical hit, just in case it needed to be.
Just to rub some salt in the wound.
In that poisoned, rocked up wound. Garganacl dropped by 24% as it comes onto the field, facing Samurott, who I believe is going to outspeed it.
Oh, 100 times out of 10.
Which is going to see a big Razor Shell, most likely.
Razor Shell can miss. Razor Shell can miss, and Assault Gear can come out, connect with it to do that 25 chip. It doesn't miss.
Not this time.
Volcarona should also die to a Razor Shell.
Die.
Razor Shell could miss. Razor Shell could miss
Razor
still,
Shell
and we
could
can see
miss.
again.
But we see a swap to Primarina, who handily takes a Volcarona.
This is not going to be able to break Primarina. Maybe it can go for Hurricane. No, instead we see Aloe come right back out. Sparkling Aria should pick up the KO.
Another critical hit. I'm not sure if it was needed, but again, more salt in the wound.
We see the QD setup.
Sparkling Aria again. Volcarona eats it. 28% health here. With a Quiver Dance.
You have to go for something like you need like a Hurricane to land and confuse. Even then, I think it's over here.
The Hurricane lands. It's a crit, but does not confuse. and
Master Sands brings home a 6-0 victory for Tropimon's last group stage match.
Wow. Yeah, whenever I watch these singles matches, I learn something, but that one was very masterful, it seemed. And that will conclude our first one, our first match of the day, as Cobblemon Rivals goes down 2-0 to Tropimon.
Yeah, now it is very likely that overall this does make Master Sense the singles battler with the best record in the entire tournament. So, definitely making himself somebody that stands out amongst all the other battlers when it comes to singles. And somebody that you should fear facing in this format. We see Tropimon all lined up on the field taking their screeny.
Good game to all of our battlers there. Still some excellent efforts. And Cobblemon Rivals, I'm glad we were able to cobble this this battle together. Oh,
yep. I'm glad that they still showed up for their last matches, but that was very, very fun to watch. Now we do have the EeveeEmpire versus CraftedExplorers match taking place in the Water Arena. A coin flip in 14 minutes. The match beginning in 19. Now, Vert, would you like to maybe see if we can squeeze in some interviews right before the match? You know, we do
Yeah,
have
would
a
you be
good little
willing to
14-minute.
would you be willing to move me channels if we're going to do that? I'm just sort of flying around the world at the moment.
Here, let me TP you to the arena.
Oh, okay.
All right, and here, I'm gonna move us quickly to the stream channel. 1 second.
We're gonna get some cinematics of the world as we wait here.
Okay, so Tropimon /
And as Navarro sets this up, I'm just going to tell you guys that this world will be available for download at the conclusion of the CWC or shortly afterwards, I imagine. And you will be able to have your own battles on here.
Yep.
Built by the Cobblemon build team. Welcome, Casey. Welcome.
All right, let's see if anybody does end up joining. We do have a Cobblemon Rivals person. Since it only seems to be one, I'm going to bring them in really quick. But
Yeah.
Treeser fan will be coming in now. I'm going to pull him in. Hello, Treeser.
Treeser, welcome.
Oh, what's up?
Not much, not much. How do we pronounce your name, just so we have it right for this?
Taser.
Oh, Taser.
Taser.
All right, now we're able to fix it. How do you feel, man? That was the last group stage match that you guys had for battles.
Well, I mean, I'm feeling good. I at least got to battle. I mean,
Yes,
Yeah,
I
you
agree
got
with
to
that.
battle, and you were able to get a win in your double set.
it's kind of sad that I messed up my last lead, though. Could have won that entire thing, honestly.
Oh,
It was a
when you
hard
led.
spot. The Dondozo was obviously a hard counter, seemingly, and you went with the Ludicolo Pelipper, the Rain. It seemed like a great choice, and that Weezing was a good companion for the Dondozo, seemingly. What would you have done differently? As you say, you messed up with the last lead. What do you think you would have done differently had you had another chance?
In the last game, when we led Weezing and Slay King again, I would have just led my first lead again with Arcanine and Annihilate.
Hmm. Did anyone
That would have been better.
Did anyone point out to you the unaware? What was your strategy with the Howl? Were you aware that that Dondozo was unaware and that the Howl wasn't helping, or is that because we were
Honestly, I
talking about it in the
forgot
booth?
about
Yeah,
I forgot about that.
so fair, so
No
fair. It's so fair. It's just one of those things where we were talking about. We were like, oh, I don't know. Maybe if Helping Hand was the thing that you were going with, it would have helped. But at the same time, if you had gotten Dondozo down with a crit or something, man, you would have been boosted to heck.
Yeah, true. That's also what I was going for after the first howl. Since Dondozo was resting a lot, if I got something to get rid of it, maybe it just, when it sleep talk, it got one rest too much.
Mm-hmm.
I could have gotten rid of it, probably.
Yeah, in my book, you got a little
Yeah.
unlucky with those sleep talks. I was wave crashes came into Annihilate 2 in a row, I believe, and really only one of them was wasted, I believe.
Well, I mean, it's okay. I had a lot of fun. I think
That's
that matters the most.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. I do want to ask, how has your overall experience with the World Cup been? I know you said that you finally got to that today. Was your first battle, but how has your team kind of felt in regards to the event itself, being able to battle the other teams? I believe you guys faced off against Squirtle Squad in the previous round, and in the first round, PokeClash.
Oh, I was kind of sad, like where it glitched out with the PokeClash and stuff and all of that. Honestly, it wasn't too bad. I mean, it's the first championships, honestly, and it's not gonna be like perfectly planned,
Yeah, of course, of course. Do you guys feel like for a future version of the tournament, you guys are going to be a lot more ready to snag some wins?
Sure, definitely.
Love to hear it.
Oh.
And I just want to say I completely agree with what you said. It's always such a joy to be a part of something, to push yourself, to compete. Winning is secondary to that, in my opinion. You should be battling with yourself, and it sounds like you have a great approach for that, which to me leads to good long-term outcomes. So I personally wish you the best of luck in the next one.
Thank you so much for joining us, Taser.
Thanks.
Yes,
I'm
thank
thanking
you.
you all too, giving
What
me
was
the
that?
opportunity
Oh.
to fight in the World Championships.
Yeah, of course. We were glad to have you here, and we're glad to see that you debuted Braviary, making its first tournament appearance. So thank you for that contribution to the tournament as well.
Represent.
All right, I'm gonna start moving you back. We have time for one more interview, and I see Idelias is in the waiting lobby. We got a good 8 minutes left before the coin flip. I'm bringing him in right now.
Sounds good.
Idelias,
Hey,
Hello.
hey, how are you?
good. Happy that the matches has finished because it was a bit stressful to begin the tournament, but now that it has ended, I managed to give my team a win. Well, I'm less stressful.
Yep, 2-1 victory. How are you feeling after that game one? Was it kind of surprising that you took a loss that first match? Or?
Yeah. To be honest, the Erfan has played wonderfully on that first match, and I was a bit surprised because there are some moves I didn't manage to adapt, and yes, he played wonderfully. I managed to change my game plan for game 2 and game 4, game 3, and I think thanks to that, that's why I managed to win the match against Erfan.
I was very impressed with your leads, specifically the way that you managed your leads, and I would say effectively predicted those matches. Your Dondozo strategy was, well, one that I have not seen fail so far in this tournament, I don't think, first of all. So I want to say it is a very strong strategy at the gate, but also you followed up with something that seems to work really well. When you were creating the team, what was the piece of the team that you feel like fell together as like, is this a team that you spent a long time building? And how do you feel about the team build?
Yeah, to be honest, for this team, it's just a team that one of our manager built, and I made some adjustment, but he built it for me because this is not my main team. I wanted to try something that I was not using regularly. In case for the knockout stage, I need to switch for team in case. For a little bit of surprise, I will say. But so
what you're saying,
obviously, yes, go ahead.
We should look forward to you doing some VGC later on in the tournament, is what you're saying.
Maybe VGC, maybe OE World Cup. It will depend on what will be the country, how the other teams will choose the match, the type of match in case they lost, or in case we will choose the type of match in case we lost. So I can play both formats.
Oh, heck yeah. Well, very nice. It seemed like you excelled in the VGC format. And if you do have another secret team hiding up your sleeve, I hope we get to see it. So we did just see...
Yeah, I do want to interject. Idelias, on June 22nd, a 2-0 win for Tropimon against SquirtleSquad. On June 26th, a 2-1 win over PokeClash, and now today, June 30th, a 2-0 win over Cobblemon Rivals. How are you guys feeling heading into the knockout stages?
We're so hyped for the knockout stages. We waited for this since the beginning of the tournament. Obviously, there is a bit of apprehension because you don't have the right to do an error in this format. If you lose, you're eliminated. So obviously, it will be a bit stressful, but we are very hyped, and obviously we hope that at the end we can win the World Cup.
Yeah, I'm sure that being able to
Phenomenal.
take those 3 group stage wins has you guys feeling very confident, and I'm very excited to see what Tropimon is going to be bringing to the knockout stages and how far of a tournament run you guys make.
Thank you.
Congratulations for all your success so far, and I can't wait to see you in the next rounds. And we did just see a coin flip already from the next teams, so we should probably move into the next battle against EeveeEmpire. Oh, and
So Emilius, thank you so much for joining us here, and we hope to see more of you later down the line in this tournament.
thank you, Delius.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You as well.
Thank you as well. Take care. Take care. Awesome. So we do see EeveeEmpire and CraftedExplorers lining up against each other in front of the Goldango, staring each other off.
Oh, and we saw a coin flip, but maybe that wasn't the referee flipping. My apologies.
No, that one begins in 2 minutes, so there's still time before that coin flip takes place.
Aye. Well, could you intro these 2 teams for us and where they're at in the tournament?
So EeveeEmpire, top of the table, and one of only 2 teams that have gone completely undefeated in the tournament. Ooh. They haven't dropped a single battle, meaning that even in double sets, they've been able to win all their matches. They've won every doubles game. They've won every singles game. And so we're going to see if they're able to keep that going into this 3rd round of the group stages. They do sit nicely at 6 points, meaning that even if they lose today, as long as they're able to secure at least 1 round win or 1 match win, making it like such as a score as ending 2-1, they should be able to guarantee a spot in the knockout stages. So, a lot less pressure for them. CraftedExplorers, they are currently tied with PokeXplore, both teams on 3 points. So right now, both of these teams CraftedExplorers is looking to hopefully get a win in order to guarantee or at least have a good chance of making it to the knockout stages. But of course, it's also going to be entirely dependent on the PokeXplore match that we see later today. So this is kind of one of those instances where if you don't do too hot in the group stages, a lot of if you're able to progress further into the tournament, it almost is dependent on not only your matches, but the other matches that happen in the group.
Well, we will be looking forward to seeing whether or not this undefeated team can maintain its current status coming out of the group stages and going into the elimination rounds. This and obviously whether or not the CraftedExplorers are able to withstand this onslaught well enough to give themselves a little bit more. Oh, and we do see the coin flip come out from Aram. Goldango examining, puts his coin away. He knows what it is. It's heads. We're going to
singles
see
for the
some
first
singles.
format.
Perfect. And now we will figure out what singles battler we will see from each team. Now, Navarro, you seem to have the most intimate knowledge, I feel like, of all of these teams, and that makes sense to me, as you are the main organizer here. But is there anyone that you expect to see in the same way that you knew who would come out for Tropimon in the form of Sans?
At least right now on this lineup for EeveeEmpire, I can't really give the best, or I don't really know exactly who their dedicated singles battler is, if they have any dedicated singles battler, of course. I will say, when it comes to seeing both these teams play, I feel like when it's come to doubles, that's when I'm kind of able to predict a little bit better. We know Ta is one of the most eager doubles battlers. So it's likely that we're not going to be seeing Tot come out because I'm sure he wants to wait for a doubles match that comes up. So we might see somebody like Weedo Pito or Oblu Easy represent the CraftedExplorer side. And EeveeEmpire, they're just strong all around. I think at this tournament, they can really just send anybody. We do see that CraftedExplorers has chosen Weedo Pito.
And
wait a second.
EeveeEmpire with Nitor 2.
Wait, wrong arena. Okay,
oh no.
Wait, there might have been a slight. I'm going to quickly. Let me fix this. Let me try to fix this really quick. All right, I should be able to just manually teleport them here, so it's
Are
fine.
there Pokemon going to show up here, or is it... I didn't know whether or not we had
Oh,
any sort of setting for that.
no, their Pokemon should still show up in front of them, if I'm not
Beautiful.
mistaken. But
Beautiful.
if you spectate the match, you need to be in Water Arena and use the R button on them.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, if they do /tournament, spectate will accident or send you to the grass arena. So I'm just typing out a broadcast to let people know.
For those asking in chat, this is not the final day. We are still in the group rounds. There will be 2 more days of group rounds, and then there will be a 3-day resting period, or 4-day resting period, and then it will move into the elimination rounds as we go through the top 16, I believe, and it'll be 1 versus 16, 2 versus 15, and so forth, and in knockout rounds.
Yep, there is only 2, or the group stages should be ending on July 2nd, and on that same day is when the final knockout stage bracket should be set up. So after that 4-day break, we will be able to list all the match times that the teams agree on to see each other. So if you have, any sort of teams that you're excited to see, or that you're wanting to watch in this tournament, that list will be made public as soon as all the teams have finished scheduling their matches. These are going to be very, very quick. We are going to have 2 back-to-back days of round of 16, followed by, I believe it's another day of the of the quarter finals before moving on to the semifinals. And then there's going to be 2 days or 2 last days, which is going to be the 3rd place match as well as the finals match.
And I can't promise that it'll happen, but I'm going to attempt to stream as many of those matches as possible from the Cobblemon main channel. So if we can get it done, we'll be here. And there will certainly be other community members taking on that task as well. We've seen Harold Behrman being extremely active. And have there been any other streamers you've joined in with? I know I've seen a few others, but...
Yes, Harold Behrman has probably been one of the the second streamer to stream the most matches of the World Cup. I think the next one in line is Celtic. He's actually one of the competitors in this World Cup, the team manager for Compound Cobblemon, trying to live stream every single match day that, of course, isn't involving his team. And there is one more. The name is just evading me a little bit, but I should be able to pull it up relatively quickly.
Well, in the meantime, we are off here. We see a... Oh god, I always forget these names. It's Arctizolt versus a Hisuian Samurott as leads here between Wito Pito and Nidor. I'm going to work on those names. I don't know.
Incredible names. But yeah, the 3rd streamer that we have also seen in this, or the 4th streamer we've also seen in this tournament is Vivi, who I believe covered 2 matches during the end of the 1st round.
Nice. We see the Ceaseless Edge come out. Arctizolt down to 34% health. And on the other side, Boltbeak comes out and takes out the Hisuian Samurott. Do you think that's a misplay there? Or is that just to get the rocks up and say, hey, we did it?
Yeah, I'm sure that once the spikes are able to go up, I actually feel like having the Arctizolt gets chipped is a misplay. But I think that bringing the Ninetales is another one because all you did was boost the Arctizolt's speed.
Yeah.
Even if your intent was for the Samurott to go down turn 1 and just serve as a sort of suicide lead, bringing Ninetales in the second or afterwards, I don't think was the best play. I think you should have tried to break down the Arctizolt because right now it's going to be able to just get a second Boltbeak off.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah. So for anybody
Now,
wondering,
I know Samurott. Oh, feel free.
Oh, I just wanted to explain quick for anybody that doesn't know, the Galarian fossils are known sand rushers and slush rushers, and this Pokemon here gets increased speed like a swift swimmer in the snow. And so this Ninetales coming in, while it sets up the Aurora Veil here, is also powering up Arctizolt, and whether or not it will take another Boltbeak is, well, it's going to be close. It looks like it might.
It should be able to take a Boltbeak. The next Boltbeak should do probably around 30% damage. But we'll see if he opts to have the Ninetales stay in. Maybe tries to just go for a Moonblast to pick off the Arctizolt. We do also have to remember this is not only just screens that went up, but this is also a snow defense boost coming out from the Ninetales.
Mm-hmm.
So, though it does have all those factors in to try to help it tank another Boltbeak, Arctozolt, if it gets hit by a Moonblast, is likely going down over here. I guess it's just all up to Weedo to see if he wants to preserve. Goes for the Pluck. Interesting play. I guess he was predicting the Ninetales to want to switch out, but out goes the Dazzling Gleam, picking off the Arctozolt. Okay, so that means that Weedo probably has something like a grass type in the back, maybe the Meowscarada that they were trying, or that Niter was trying to pick off. Now, I have been speaking with a couple of the battlers in the tournament. Something that we might try to do for the knockout stages is for singles battles, try to have battlers prepare not open team sheets, but just a quick team sheet that shows what Pokemon they bring, that being the only information, of course. Just so that, you know, both the commentators and the people on stream are going to be able to see what teams both players are bringing along.
So, yes, that would be of good value for sure. We do see Galarian Slowking come in. Does take a little bit of that spikes damage from the sacrificial Hisuian Samurott, and Ninetales stands strong against it. But it does not like this poison typing, I believe. It swaps out into a Netherite Shiny Goldango. Big fan.
Nidor predicting the switch out, goes for Chilly Reception to keep the momentum going.
Now, can you fill me in there? The Chilly Reception there, what was it doing there with the snow already up? Is that just
it's still just solely used for the sake of pivoting. So sometimes you don't want Chilly Reception for its snow boosts. Sometimes all you want it for is to be able to get a slow pivot off so that whatever Pokemon you want to bring in next is able to switch in without having to take any damage.
Understandable. See lava.
Oh my god, a burn? Maybe? No burn. Oh, but that was so risky for Weedopito. That Lava Plume has a 30% burn chance. So if he would have gotten his Dragonite burned there, it wouldn't have been looking good.
Yes, he's down one Pokemon while Nidor is still rocking all 6. I'm going to try and keep track of those. This is something that has been a challenge across this this tournament, but I will try and keep track of the number of Pokemon left in singles battles from here out. The snow, I believe, has 1 to 2 more turns, unless that Ninetales was in fact rocking a light clay, which I imagine it probably was, but
yeah, we're likely to see the snow end after this turn. And not that either Pokemon on the field is able to really take advantage of it.
True.
Dragon Dance goes off. And a yawn to neutralize this Dragonite the very next turn. There's the snow stops, revealing that the item is very, very likely to be Light Clay. Probably the most popular item that Alolan Ninetales runs either way.
Yes, especially one that you don't see use an Ice Gem or something immediately. The gems are legal in this format, is that correct?
Yes, the gems are all legal. Just for any viewer who might be confused thinking, yo, like that sounds like it's very, very strong. I believe it was after Gen 6 or 7, one of those, the power of type gems got reduced down to 1.3 times damage rather than 1.5 times damage. And in this tournament so far, you know, we haven't really seen teams pop off with gem spam or anything like that. You know, these are the type of things that had it banned from singles originally. But they seem to be very, very tame in this format.
That does make sense, especially if you're going to be going into VGC at least. That I think that in a format where you're going to see multiple matches, you're going to lose value on that pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think we have seen things like Fire Gem Eruption Torkoal come out, which has been very fun to see.
That is neat.
Outrage into the Primarina. Excellent play by Nidor, taking 0 damage and making sure that Dragonite goes to sleep, on top of making sure that the screen's turns are getting wasted. Nidor is playing incredibly well.
And now, I mean, I imagine that this Dragonite, since it has its Marvel Scale broken, importantly, it's I feel like it has to swap or sacrifice itself almost. I'm not sure if it eats a Moonblast. It could be extremely bulky. We've seen Wrap Dragonite before, but
Yeah, there's very few Pokemon that would want to take either a water or fairy move from Primarina. Primarina being one of the Pokemon that hit extremely hard in this format. I honestly feel like you just let the Dragonite go down because, you know, it hasn't burned a single turn of sleep. Multi-skill is no longer intact. I think that it's time for this guy to just go down because I can't see him becoming useful unless maybe he's used as a sort of sack way later down the line.
That's fair. He may be rocking Roost. I mean, if he's rocking some sort of defensive setup, he could potentially have utility down the line if maybe removing Primarina is in Weedopito's win conditions. But yeah, this is not looking good because he's definitely not about to eat a sleep turn here productively.
Sparkling Aria come out. He does eat the sleep turn.
Predicting a swap.
Wakes
And
up
a
extremely
one-term.
quickly,
This
doing more than half.
But the Moonblast now comes out, and while that was a nice extreme speed, that's
Explode!
interesting. Now, can you walk me through Explode because I'm not certain
So
what this
Explode
Pokemon is here for.
Yeah, so it's really not a common pick whatsoever. But it does have a very, very strong stab boom burst, which is, you know, probably the main attack that it's going to be going for here. That's really all it does. It just tries to come in, probably going to be a choice specs boosted boom burst that we're going to see. They're the only Pokemon that really are able to handle that are the ghost types in the format, but ghost types are very prevalent on almost every single team we see. So this is definitely a lot more of a fun pick rather than something that consistently is able to bring wins. But if you bring it against the right opponent, it can do work.
Gotcha. I think, correct me if I'm wrong. I wonder if he's rocking a knockoff or anything like that as well. If he were, that would be a strong piece as well, potentially.
In this format, sadly, Xcloud doesn't have knockoff.
Gotcha.
I'm looking at its moveset right now, and I just realized that it has Synchro Noise, a 120 base power psychic type move. I don't think I've ever seen this. I wonder if this is also a sound move of some sort, but...
Oh, it gets Scrappy.
Xcloud has Scrappy.
Oh, wow. And you see Weedopito with the tongue out, knowingly scrappying here. What if I'm running soundproof? What if then if...
Yeah, crazy, just in the middle of the match bringing forth information.
Nobody was willing to help with Unaware Dondozo, but here we see plenty. And these players are locked in a chess match right here.
Goodness.
We see Primarina leave the field. Galarian Slowking comes onto the field, taking spike damage and taking a big boom burst. It will not live another one.
That's one big boom we see go through. And you know, Slowking is renowned for its incredible special defense. So the fact that it went down to 2 special hits just goes to show how insanely powerful these hits are.
We see CraftedExplorers saying that shouldn't be allowed. I'm not sure what part is they're referring to, but
I think it was Sanji's call out.
Yes. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't be doing that. But this is now a very scary situation, potentially. I don't think Explode is terribly fast, but chipping into it might not be enough here. That is the first KO, though, on Nidor's team, I believe. So it is 4-5 or 5-5 in terms of Pokemon left.
I can quickly go through the logs, but I do believe that is... the Arctozoa also went down earlier on that side, so it is 4 Pokemon remaining.
We only saw Hisuian Samurott go down for Weedopito, so it is 5-4 is the way I should say that. And unlike the VGC matches, this is for a match point. So this very much matters. The Goldango comes out. It is hurt by spikes. It's not wearing an air balloon. And it could be potentially sashed, I suppose. But now, whether or not this Exploud is scrappy could very much matter. Make It Rain does hit first.
It still is a steel type, regardless of the ghost, so it should still resist it. But even with resist being brought down to 43%, but it should be able to just recover. It's not really going to win the recover exchange that well, you know, really only gaining an up net plus 2% HP every single turn. All you're doing is wasting all of your recovers if you're going to try to, you know, have this sort of exchange with Exploud.
Well, hypothetically, if you have the same amount of PP, maybe since Exploud is down 1 extra boom burst or 2 extra boom bursts potentially, you could I believe they're both 5 PP moves. Maybe that's worth it.
Boom burst should be 16 if I'm not. Yeah, boom burst is 16 with
no.
recover only being 8.
Well, I take it back then. That is not an effective strategy. And if that's stream information just released, oh well. I don't know if these players are in here. They might be. You see the Make It Rain come out, and Exploud goes down. Goldango is down to -2 special attack, but does remove the threat of the scrappy Exploud. And we see another scrappy Pokemon, Hisuian Decky Dewey, step onto the field. I believe that this Pokemon is faster than Goldango typically, but I'm not entirely sure. I don't know much about this Pokemon.
Able to go for stuff like the triple arrows, which should be able to super effectively hit this Goldango, but Goldango, down it goes.
Yeah. As you said.
This is potentially choice scarfed.
Oh yeah, actually Hisuian Decidueye is not very fast, so that likely is choice scarfed, I would say. At a base speed of 60, I believe Goldango is 84. We see Camerupt come back onto the field.
Now, Decidueye can, of course, just keep spamming triple arrows and hope that it maybe flinches down the Camerupt. Triple arrows having 3 different effects, both a high critical hit ratio, a 50% chance for defense to drop, or a 30% flinch chance as well.
And you called it, Novo. They get the flinch on the first triple arrows against his Camerupt, just barely dropping it below 50% as well. That could be a damage roll, whether it lives this hit here, but it does not, and it goes down. It doesn't.
2 Pokemon left on Nidor's side.
Guido is pogging in chat. And Primarina comes back onto the field. Not a good matchup against this Decidueye, I believe. Although the Fairy move is going to hit it significantly.
Now, I should note that both of these Pokemon do have the exact same base speed. So this is going to come down to EV investment.
I think this Decidueye is scarfed, though. I think you were right about that.
Yeah, if you know that this Decidueye probably also has something like a grass type move, probably like Leaf Blade in the back. So I wouldn't go for a triple arrows flinch here. If I know that I can switch out and I know that it has...
Is that a forfeit? Oh no, it's a disconnect.
That is a lot, but that does count as a loss because you disconnect during your match. No way.
That is awful. You hate to see that.
No way. We see a match that really could have. Oh my goodness, that's so
impactful. All right. So, Novo, if that is the case, is that a 1-0 win for EeveeEmpire?
It would be. Let me just. I'm talking on both ends over here, but it is indeed a 1-0 win for EeveeEmpire.
And EeveeEmpire, you know, sometimes the rich get richer here. They were undefeated already, and they win here on a disconnect or crash. And that game did not seem to be going that direction. But there is no way for us to, unfortunately, restore the state of the game, and so it ends up being a forfeit. Unless I mean, yeah, that is my understanding of the rules. So
Yeah, that is the case. That's so unfortunate for Crafted Explorers. Oh man.
a phenomenal start there. Unfortunately, they're going to have to fight against that now, unless, as Alam says, I suppose. This is competition, so you can never predict such empathic responses. So
Man.
somebody asked in chat how many matches have crashed so far, and this is the first I've seen.
There were only 2 cases, I think, previously in the tournament. We actually do keep records of it. Let me see if I can find them really quick. In PokeRealm versus Cobblemon Crimson, there was a game 1 double set that was lost due to DQing after the first match had begun. And in a Cublets Cobblemon versus Project Azoth match, there was also a DQ in the final match of a double set that ended up taking place. So this is the third this is the third time that we see a loss come down to the DQ. And Crafted Explorers seems to have chosen doubles.
All right. Well, they will be defending themselves from that disconnect loss here, and they will be playing a best of 3 VGC format to stay in this match.
Oh man. But yeah, the set does end up it looks like Guido still hasn't even been able to rejoin the server. So that match still, wouldn't have been able to continue even if he's not able to get right back on.
Indeed. Would that count as a 6-0? I feel like there was enough progress that I don't know, but
standard, we do just have it count as a 6-0 for the DQ
rough.
because the logs and the replays aren't available to count it otherwise right now.
I see. While it is unfortunate, that is how it goes. There is a standard set of things that we can do to control chaos, the things that we don't know what are going to happen, and if there are no logs, if there's no records necessarily for people to go back through, I mean, I don't know how many other ways we can do it. Obviously, there's a stream currently, but that's not always the case. And so to be fair to everyone, typically the rules are maintained just like that. And I believe that will be the case. I assume the only way that is different is if EeveeEmpire wanted to continue that match, but which would require an entire restart. But as the referees have already ruled, it sounds as if we're moving into a VGC match for round 2.
Yeah, it looks like Aram is the referee for this match is already typing up the next, or it's already in the process of exchanging the team sheets. So once they have them, they should be in general, so you can share it with your chat.
Oh, sounds fantastic.
I believe that Crafted has already sent their team sheet in. Not sure if we're waiting for EeveeEmpire. Yes, they're here.
Now, there are people who have lost major Worlds tournaments on misclicks. So as much as it is unfortunate to see these sorts of things, it is a thing that happens. And it is competition.
I'm pretty sure the official VGC tournament also, if there is like a disconnect in the Switch, I'm pretty sure that they also just has it go down as a penalty to the person who had their Switch crash or whatever. But that is so rough. I really do think that Crafted Explorers could have been able to secure that match. Nidor only had 2 Pokemon remaining. So it's super unfortunate that we saw that on that side of the field.
Indeed. It was a well-played match up to that point. And that's the most you can hope for in any situation. Unfortunately, sometimes things like that happen. And we will still see Tot versus Noob Life in this second round of our match between Crafted Explorers and EeveeEmpire. And we do see the Ghost Primarina that cannot be put back into its ball. that is exactly what happened there to Nidor. He has 2 Primarinas, I believe.
Yeah, let me try to get this off the field.
If Nidor wants to, you could relog, and I believe that'll fix it, but that's the only way, as far as I know. We could maybe put it in a boat if it fits.
This does mean that EeveeEmpire should have a guaranteed entry into the knockout stages because they were able to secure that first point in the match.
And we are off. We are into this first round of VGC. We see a Tyranitar next to a Talonflame on Crafted Explorers side of the field and a Mouseape on EeveeEmpire's side of the field. Noob Life rocking the Mouseape and Talonflame Tyranitar guided by Tot. So we're expecting a Gale Wings Talonflame here. I'm pulling up the team sheets now. We have the Assault Vest Tyranitar next to a Gale Wings Talonflame. And on the other side of the field, we have a Safety Goggles Friend Guard Mousehold and a Citrus Berry Inner Focus Annihilate. We see the Amoonguss come back out on the field as Talonflame Brave Birds into Mousehold. And the beat up does go into Annihilate. Rage Fist goes into Talonflame, and Talonflame goes down. This Annihilate is going to be hard to stop now at this point.
This is a 250 base power Rage Fist now because it did get hit 4 times by the Mousehold.
Yes, and that the Brave Bird. So this is an interesting thing that happens sometimes. I've seen it only a few times, but the Brave Bird going into Mousehold instead of into Annihilate was a choice. And he could have put it into Annihilate instead, which would have been much more effective because the Follow Me did not come out. But instead, yes. Annihilate now hits into Amoonguss, takes it out, eats its Citrus Berry as the Sucker Punch comes out from Hitmontop. And 2 Pokemon down already for Tot on the Crafted Explorers. As Tyranitar comes back onto the field, these are his last 2 Pokemon, Hitmontop and Tyranitar, facing down the original Mouseape.
See the Follow Me come out. We're probably going to see there's the Sucker Punch come out. It fails.
As it hits into the normal
guessing,
type.
Yeah,
into the Follow Me. Not going to do much. Annihilate taking a little bit of Sand Chip, but that's not going to be fast enough to take care of it. And Mousehold is up for 1 more turn, and that Sucker Punch won't be able to help. So this Annihilate is likely going to hit in and take a KO on this next turn before Mousehold goes down, allowing for another Follow Me here. The Rage Fist comes out into Hitmontop, taking it down, and we will see another Earthquake.
Pokemon. So if it lives here, it should be able to outspeed the Tyranitar and pick up a KO with something like the Close Combat.
Yes, this is the opposite of what we've seen before, where if Annihilate doesn't get his boost, he's very hard to maneuver, but if he does get his boost, and if that Brave Bird, by the way, had been targeted into Annihilate, I think this is an entirely different game. But Rage Fist comes out, Tyranitar goes down, and the 1-0 win goes to Noob on the side of EeveeEmpire. And we will still see, this is a best of 3, so the point is not up yet. They will be battling again shortly. An incredible play there, though.
Yeah, super. I think that's the first time we've successfully seen Mouseape brought to the tournament. At least I've been somebody who's watched almost all the battles, and I think that's the first time I've seen it get activated with all 4 hits.
Well, I don't know if that's wait, let me look at this, actually. It was a Citrus Berry, I believe, right? The fact that it was
Yes.
outspeeding the Tyranitar is, I suppose the Tyranitar just didn't have much speed investment.
Annihilate itself is also naturally faster than Tyranitar, and it does like to run some speed investment in these types of formats. Annihilate having base 90 speed while Tyranitar has base 61, so you know, I think
Oh, yeah,
even
you're right.
let me just quickly confirm.
Yeah, I was misremembering Tyranitar speed. That's for sure. No, you're right. But the anytime you can get basically a Mousehold beat up or any sort of beat up into Annihilate on the same turn as Nooblight did there, it's just incredibly dangerous. We see a Prankster Whimsicott come out next to Annihilate on this one, while the same Talonflame and Tyranitar from the other side of the field. Now this seems like a bit of a different setup potentially.
Maybe this is like a tailwind setup from the Whimsicott. Maybe we see Final Gambit come out to try to take out the Tyranitar. No, he wouldn't go Final Gambit. He'd probably go close combat if all he wants to do is hit the Tyranitar. So
I would expect the tailwind here or a swap. We see Amoonguss come in for Tyranitar, just setting up the sand so far. Talonflame steps out Tailwind, and so does Whimsicott, but Talonflame going first notably. Final Gambit comes out on Talonflame. Interesting. And now we see Amoonguss and Whimsicott facing each other down with two Pokemon needing to come onto the field. We still have not seen a fourth Pokemon yet from Noob. We see Goldango. Oh, actually, we've seen that. Never mind. We saw that after Mousehold went down.
Yeah, very free to go for something like the Make It Rain. Maybe we see what Helping Hand Make It Rain, and that should do crazy damage to the opposite side of the field. The Tailwind is up, so we could see the Tyranitar doing something like outspeeding and hitting a big crunch onto the Goldango.
But we've got Tailwind on both sides.
Oh, it's Tailwind on both sides.
Yes,
Both sides.
yep.
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah, so this Goldango should still be pretty fast on this side. Sunny Day to remove the Tyranitar's special defense boost.
Earthquake comes out. Goldango behind its substitute. The substitute does fade. Giga Drain hits into it, doing minimal chip. But that does seem like, is this a pin? Or where did the substitute come in? Substitute came in just before
It came in
Earthquake.
earlier
Okay.
this turn. Yeah. Honestly, I think a Helping Hand Make It Rain should be able to take out both Pokemon on the opposing side. We do see Helping Hand.
But
It's
it
immune
is
to its
immune.
own Helping Hand?
Yes, that is actually
Oh,
a
that's
thing.
something I did not know.
I've seen plenty of people forget about. I've forgotten about it. Giga Drain comes out onto Whimsicott. Amoonguss at 4% health, potentially Regenerator here though. It could swap out, and we see Meowscarada, Whimsicott, Meowscarada as the last two on this side of the field.
Oh, so this Meowscarada should be able to pick up a big hit on the Tyranitar side of the field.
Now that is assuming as long as Whimsicott can take out Amoonguss first. We could see a Rage Powder here. We definitely won't see. Oh,
Yeah.
they're both grass types. I apologize. That won't work, right?
No worries, no worries. The Tyranitar should go down to that flower trick.
Indeed, it
This
does.
this is banded Meowscarada.
Okay, so that means it cannot use like a big knockoff into this Goldango. Amoonguss does get its heal off.
Whimsicott isn't really particularly threatening any sort of big damage right now. Maybe tries to go for another Tailwind. I do believe that it has ended on the EeveeEmpire side, on both sides of the field. Helping Hand Flower Trick should still do hefty damage. Not enough to pick up a one-hit KO. Not enough for the substitute.
Ooh, that's big.
Oh, super unfortunate for Tot.
Clear Smog does take out the Whimsicott, and now Amoonguss. This is a tough spot because it's a grass type. There's not as many things it can do, but it's possible. I don't see a way out actually.
Goldango goes
Unless
down.
there's a
Maybe
crit here. No crit.
Clear Smog bringing it down below 50%. This is going to
Will
come
this
down
get
to
the
ranges
KO?
right now.
No.
It doesn't. The
And
Amoonguss should be able to win from here.
Amoonguss
And it does.
takes the W. I think we take this match all the way back to that final gambit and just wonder whether or not that was the right play, because we saw the Annihilate cruise in the first round, and while it didn't have access to a beat up in this one, giving up Annihilate for the Talonflame, well, with Whimsicott and with Meowscarada in the back, maybe they had to. Maybe that was just, they knew their win condition there.
Yeah, they probably expected Tot to be adjusting to that strategy, and that's why they opted to change things up for this next match. Tot saying his heart is racing. Now, I should say, should Crafted Explorers lose this match, they are at risk of being eliminated from the tournament, depending on the PokeXplore versus Cobbletwo match that should be coming up later. Actually, that's coming up next in 30 minutes. So there's so much on the line right now for Tot. He has to be able to win this set to make sure his team has a chance of even making it to the knockout stages.
And we see this go to the best of 3. So Tot versus Noob Life, 1-1. Whoever takes this one, if EeveeEmpire takes the win here, then it will complete a 2-0 victory for them. And if Tot wins, then he will force a Game 3 between Crafted Explorers and EeveeEmpire. Best of luck to both of these competitors who are showing their best here.
Yep, both in team preview.
We haven't seen, the only Pokemon we haven't seen.
I'm so nervous for Tot right now on the Crafted Explorers.
The only we haven't seen. Go on.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I also just want to point out that Crafted Explorers did hand EeveeEmpire their very first battle loss in the entirety of the tournament. That invincible record is now gone. EeveeEmpire not able to maintain it.
That's very nice. Coming off of the disconnect, that's got to feel good for those guys. I just want to point out the one Pokemon that they haven't seen. Now, against the Tyranitar, it is not a good matchup, but the Scarfed Hisuian Typhlosion on Noob Life side of the field, that's such a scary Pokemon. With the support that it could have from Mousehold or Whimsicott, that Pokemon could easily rip a game apart. Now, against this team specifically, it doesn't match up super well. It doesn't match up very well against Primarina or against Tyranitar, but you never know what we'll see. We see Primarina Talonflame come out from Tot's side of the field, and Noob Life running the Whimsicott Annihilate again.
Yeah, maybe we see this Talonflame trying to do something like a big Brave Bird, because even if this Annihilate does go for something like the final Gambit, a Brave Bird should reduce its HP, meaning that it shouldn't be able to pick up a KO here.
If I'm Tot here, I know that my Talonflame outspeed this Whimsicott. I don't know, if you're Gale Wings, you might just take out this Whimsicott. Is it sashed? I imagine it's probably sashed, but
I would take out the Annihilate.
It is not sashed.
Oh, he does go into the Annihilate.
It isn't sashed. He could have gotten the KO. I'm just saying. The Tailwind does go up from Whimsicott. Final Gambit goes out, but not enough with the health drop. Talonflame is still alive.
Incredible.
Now Talonflame activates.
Yeah, Talonflame no longer has Gale Wings activated, and Tailwind is up on the opposite side of the field. So very likely that we're going to see the Talonflame go down. And we could even maybe see the Primarina go down. Because let's see what he has in the back. Amoonguss. Oh, very nice pick to bring in this match.
Stopping the big flower trick. Talonflame goes down to a Moonblast, following up off of that Tailwind. And Primarina comes back onto the field. Now, as we talked about, the Rage Powder isn't going to be helpful, but maybe it's just a clear Smog move here.
Yeah, I'm not. Maybe he's going to try to bait the Meowscarada to stay locked in with the... No. Primarina should die right here.
An Aqua Jet, not going to be doing too much. And Primarina goes down in a single hit from the massive Helping Hand Flower Trick. Clear Smog comes out, bringing Meowscarada below 50%. And Tyranitar hits the field.
Uh-oh. This is not looking good for Tot right now, because Meowscarada is so free to just go for another flower trick with the Helping Hand to take it out over here. And then it's going to be all up to the... does it live?
Oh my.
It goes down.
The Sunny Day removes the sand. And Flower Trick removes Tyranitar, but now this Amoonguss needs to go down, and we've seen that this Clear Smog Amoonguss is doing significant damage. Who is the last Pokemon on Nublife's side of the field? It is Hisuian Typhlosion, and that is not going to be good for Amoonguss.
Yep,
we
it's
do see it come
checkmate
out.
right here.
A Helping Hand Eruption is going to remove Amoonguss, not just from
Turn
the field,
it into
but
Portobello.
it is
Oh my
Ash
goodness.
for sure.
And goodbye. That means that EeveeEmpire has won the entire match, 0-2. Very, very well played by EeveeEmpire in the double set.
Very good play there. That was a very interesting set with Annihilate Final Gambiting failing to get the KO and still getting the win from Nublife. Very impressive. I do want to point out that Talonflame outspeeding the Whimsicott was a big deal and potentially could have changed the outcome of that game, but that's hindsight, right?
Oh man. Very, very well played. Now let me quickly update some scores. EeveeEmpire still has not dropped a single group stage game, being able to secure all 9 points to top off the Group C, or I believe Group D. Oh man, and now we are 23 minutes away from the PokeXplore versus Cobbletwo match. Depending on how this goes, maybe we see a chance for CraftedExplorers to continue in the tournament. It really depends. If there might be very certain scenarios where if Cobbletwo is able to pull off like a 2-0 victory against PokeXplore, it might be just enough to offset the amount of points or the tiebreakers that would separate both CraftedExplorers and PokeXplore. Now, if PokeXplore are to win the next game, it means that they do guarantee a knockout spot as well as eliminating CraftedExplorers from the tournament.
Gonna be plenty of pressure on in the Fire Arena in about 20 minutes.
Gotcha. Do you mind if maybe we see if anybody wants to do some interviews?
Yep, I'm gonna just reset the stream as you move stuff around potentially, and I'll be ready.
Awesome, awesome. So let's see if anybody does end up joining. In the meantime, let me get these replays posted.
Oh, I like that PokeXplore icon. This is the first I've seen it. The Pikachu being held up by 3 Pokeball balloons is very nice, cute.
Yep.
Cobbletwo versus PokeXplore. All right. So on stream right now, for those wondering, we will see Cobbletwo on the left side of the screen and PokeXplore on the right side. Those are the icons showing, hopefully. There we go, yeah.
PokeXplore saying always in the Fire Arena. I do know that I did see them last round in the same one. I wonder if they had the chance to show up at any of the other ones. CraftedExplorers cheering for Cobbletwo to bring home this win or the win. It is their only chance at being able to move on in the group. So we have to see. Cobbletwo has not yet won a round. They've only secured 2 battle wins in the entirety of the tournament so far. So definitely the underdogs into this PokeXplore match.
All right. Well, we having to watch out for that. I just want to say that we have seen good struggles from every team regardless of their standing, and that you'll love to see it in my opinion. There's no, yes, of course, even sometimes you're already done in a competition, but still to perform your best is an incredible gift in my opinion. My past experience as a sports performance coach informs me here today even, and while this may not be a physical endeavor, it is certainly as close as it can possibly come. And the psychological game, I'm sure a lot of people, I'm seeing some people in chat struggling on some of these, and obviously it might be some people's last games here, but we will see you again in the future. Stay with it. They all rock at the game. Good for them for participating. Exactly, Clunker. Far better to participate and do your best and try than to not even participate. Which is my the call to all of you. If you're not yet competing in some form or the other, you know, maybe check out some of these servers. Or gather your friends on this map once it comes out post-tournament. And go crazy. I'm going to baton pass to a little video here quick for you guys, and we will return shortly. I'm going to step away for just a moment, Novo.
No worries, no worries.
Oh no, you're good. I stepped up. Yeah, I saw a little bit. We're muted, just so you know. I'm gonna unmute us in just a moment. Okay. You guys can hear me, I believe, and now you should be able to hear Novo again. Good, good, good. All right. We're back in the fire arena now, where we will be getting ready for the next battle. That's the only invisible armor stand I've seen. I don't know why I can see that one. Oh, it's because I'm in spectator, maybe. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know what that armor stand was doing there, though. Slippy saw that? Who knows? I see some names in chat that I've seen before. Welcome back, everyone who has been watching this incredible series of events. Obviously, it is not a single event, and it is quite a large undertaking. Thank you to Novaro and Slippy and the build team for putting this together, and many, many organizers of each server's team and community, moving everyone around to get to this point. And we will have the next match, or we will start the next coin flip at least, in about 7 minutes from this arena right here. Gotta shift my settings around. There we go.
It's PokeXplore versus, let me just pull up it, Cobbletwo. We don't have any, or we only have one Cobbletwo person currently on the server. Let me at least get them to their bench.
Well, we hope that they get some backup. Now, how does that work? Is it that battler can take the first game, but then after that it would be a forfeit if we only had one person?
Yeah, so really just getting a point. Let me message them to see if they have their teammates coming up.
Wait, who messaged me? Oh, it's Sunburnt. Somebody was messaging me about Boltbeak, but that was a long time ago now. That's right. We will witness a battle in the pit of flames, and referee Goldango bravely weathering this force of nature to be here with us for this next match. Now, who do we see here from PokeXplore? Let's see. We see Casual Crusader. I can't read that name because the name's Glacial. We see Venus, Dividu, and Cad1. Something. Yep, Cad1. And another name. Yavo. And then on the other side of the arena, we see a Fever Dream. Standing alone. Strong. Proud. The whole team just asked if there was a live stream, as I had just said all their names and panned across them. We'll try this one more time. Here, on the PokeXplore bench, we have Casual Crusader, Glacial, and Venus. There above, people running around faster than I can move, Cad1, Diavos, and somebody else who slipped my reach. It's them. Dividu. And on Cobbletwo's side of the field, still standing. Very well woven. A nice mix of blues. A Fever Dream. I'm rooting right now. The biggest thing that I would cheer for at the moment is for Cobbletwo's population to grow. We are hoping for another player to show up here. Otherwise, there potentially will be a forfeit in the later rounds of this match. Even if they were to take the first one, they cannot do all of the battles. And so they need some comrades to show up. Oh, right. I can't throw items. Well, I tried. Who else is in the crowd here today? We've got Just Sanji, a manager of Cobble Souls. Guido Pito from CraftedExplorers. Muda from Squirtle Squad. And Alba Fika from Tropimon. CM Panda 95. I feel like I've seen CM Panda. Is the first win count as a 6-0? Talking about that last one, I believe that is the case. But please,
as we've gone with the tournament, we do mark those down as 6-0s, or as a perfect score for kind of any forfeit, just because the logs are gone from those matches. And with all the previous tournaments, I believe it's only been in doubles that we've seen the crashes go down, but we have awarded a 4-0 victory to all the teams that have been DQ'd, or that did win due to DQ.
While there may be recordings, it's a matter of sort of structural integrity there. You can't always count on that, and so there must be some sort of format to adhere to, and if there's any sort of other ruling, it won't be on this stream. So I will ask that if you guys have that conversation further, move it to the Discord. One is hopping on now, says a fever dream. I have zero idea where anyone else is, with a fearful face. Don't be afraid, a fever dream. Take the first, do what you can. Make it 2 now, I guess. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. So it seems like we do have a second battler for Cobbletwo. That's relieving. And Soups is here. Looking stylish, if I may say so.
Sorry for being super quiet. I was just trying to moderate the chat really quick. Things got very, very heated over the results of the last match, but it does look like we are about time to begin the coin flip. It has hit 3:55 p.m. EST, and we do see another Cobbletwo battler show up, so we will at least have 2 battles take place.
Yes. Yes, that is a relief. We're going to see Cobbletwo needing to sweep 2-0 unless they can come up with a third player here. I like the idea that PokeXplore is saying it's rigged by them having 2 players show up.
That's funny.
That would be quite the statement. They rocking 6 players, and there's our third. Let's go. A Starry Night has shown up.
Incredible. We will be seeing full matches be played out.
And it is 12:55 now, or at least 12:55 where I am. So I think if we're ready for a coin flip, we can do that very shortly. And if you all would like to be in the
coin flip just happened.
Oh, did it already happen? Oh,
yeah, it's doubles for the first format.
It's doubles. Look at that. Hey.
That's funny.
Reading is good, but sometimes overlooked. Also, oh my god, there's a Mewtwo on their team. And it's got a big health bar above it.
A health bar above it?
I don't know if you see that, but on my screen, I'm seeing a health bar. Oh my
I don't even see
what
an
incredible figura This thing has a cry as well. Oh, and it's all just very low resolution.
Figure, I got you.
Very impressive stuff. A starry night. Many style points there for a starry night. We will have the battle underway very shortly. Battlers are being picked for each team. Navarro, is there any other information you'd like to share before we get into this match? I know there's been other things going on, and disconnects are hard to take, but we are here now in the next match. And is there anything here that we should know? I know you've said some things before, but maybe people are just tuning in as well.
Yes. So should PokeXplore win their match today, or win the best out of 3, it does mean that they are guaranteed a spot in the knockout stages. If Cobbletwo is the team that's going to end up winning this set best out of 3, then it does shake up the entirety of Group D for both 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place, as all teams would be in a 3-way tie for 2nd place, meaning that it will ultimately go down to battle difference. Now, I will say, let me quickly look at the sheet. It is possible that we might have the match already, or it is, once I update the EeveeEmpire and CraftedExplorers match, we would be able to kind of see what kind of scenarios go down in terms of the type of battle difference that all the teams would need. But right now, I'm not really plugging it in straight away. This is all going to be revealed at the end of the match day, which is usually when I try to update the score sheets. So definitely stay tuned to find out which teams are able to progress into the knockout stages, since unless PokeXplore win right now, it's going to be very unknown until the end of the day what teams from Group D end up moving forward.
Okay, well, that's very exciting.
Now, it is in Cobbletwo's interest to get a perfect set in this match. I believe that if they are able to win 2-0, taking 0 losses in this entire set, they could be one of the only teams that have 0 points at the beginning of round 3 to be able to qualify for knockout stages. So it's not over for them. They just have to hope that they're able to pull off some big wins.
Okay. That was PokeXplore you said there. Or Cobbletwo. I was trying to fix something.
Cobbletwo.
Okay.
If everything goes perfect for them, there's still a chance. Yeah,
baby.
The team sheets have been exchanged. I will send them in general in a second.
Beautiful. And that's our referee, Aram, for anybody that wasn't here before. And I'm not certain... I have some audio adjusting going on through OBS, but I'm not certain how well Aram comes through, just because he's very quiet through Discord. We're going to change the music up as well a little bit. Let's get serious.
Team sheets are in general. The match will start.
All right. So, I don't know whose is whose. ED. PokeXplorers team. Looks like we're looking at a strong jaw. Ooh, we are seeing a Hisuian Zoroark on this team. We could see some very interesting strategies and some good misdirection coming up here. The first Poke Paste is from PokeXplore. And the second Poke Paste in chat is from Cobbletwo. Thank you, Am.
Oh man, I noticed that the PokeXplore paste shows the entire EV spread and nature.
It does happen.
You really don't want to reveal that sort of information just because, it means that your opponent is going to be able to calculate all the kind of outcomes in a turn much, much better. That is, of course, only if Cobbletwo, is running running any calcs in between their turns.
That's certainly not something I would be able to do in this level of situation. I don't think I would be able to take the time for that. Yeah, some of them do have the stats, but that's not necessarily the recommended strategy here. It's more of an accident. But we're seeing some very interesting builds, I would say. There's the Hisuian Zoroark running choice specs with Shadow Ball. I mean, it can use the Shadow Sneak in the U-turn if it needs to. It has a Taunt, but obviously that's not what it's going for. It's going for a big Shadow Ball that's unexpected. And we see the battlers on the field now. They are in team preview. A Fever Dream versus Glacial. A Fever Dream representing Cobbletwo and Glacial representing PokeXplore. And the battle has started. We see a Prankster Whimsicott on both sides of the field facing off against a Strong Jaw Dracovish, I believe, and a Meowscarada. Now, both teams, if I look at this correctly, are running Strong Jaw Dracovish.
Yeah, now I should note that this is a choice scarf Meowscarada. So depending on speed investment, it might even be able to outrun a plus or a Tailwind Dracovish, which means that the Vicious Wrens that will be coming out could have their base power reduced in half. It all depends on the EV allocation.
Another important thing is there's two different Whimsicott here. One has a Focus Sash and one has a Covert Cloak. So while neither of these teams are necessarily threatening a... Oh, we see a Helping Hand come out into Meowscarada. Protect from Dracovish, importantly. And we could see a 2-turn of nothing from the PokeXplore side of the field as, yes, indeed, the Shadow Ball from Meowscarada. This is not Meowscarada. This is a Hisuian Zoroark in the form of Meowscarada on PokeXplore's side of the field. A very epic start to the game. Unfortunately, the Helping Hand Shadow Ball goes into the Protect. However, on the next turn, there's nothing to stop it unless a double Protect comes out.
Yeah, the Tailwind is up on Fever Dream's side, meaning that his Whimsicott's priority moves are going to go first. And, you know, the Dracovish is, of course, going to be moving faster.
Well, do we know that whether or not Dracovish will be outspeeding this Choice Scarf to Meowscarada?
Well, because it's actually a Hisuian Zoroark, it will be outspeeding Hisuian Zoroark.
Yes, it will. Thank you. You say a thing. You think you know a thing.
No worries, no worries.
So, I mean, it is invested, but we see the Shadow Ball go out. The Tailwind comes out from the other side of the field. Zoroark goes down to a Strong Jaw boosted Crunch from Dracovish. And Dracovish holding on there is very important. The Prankster coming into play here as the Tailwind helped the Hisuian Zoroark outspeed the already Tailwinded Dracovish. And that Prankster is priority helping.
Since the team sheet does reveal that this Meowscarada does have full speed investment, this Meowscarada will always be able to outspeed Dracovish even if the Dracovish has a Tailwind set up.
That is a big thing to know. Whether or not it's in this game, though, I guess we'll see. The fact that Pelipper comes out here, I assume that works. Oh, I'm looking at one.
Sets up to Snow to just get rid of the rain immediately.
Swaps in Dracovish protects the Moonblast, and Hurricane goes into Ninetales, chipping it just below half. But potentially that's enough space for it to get off an Aurora Veil next turn if that's what it wants, or a very big Blizzard.
Yep, could even go for a Freeze Dry to pick up a one-hit KO on the Pelipper if it so chooses to.
True. This Whimsicott is not sashed, however, I believe, on Glacial's side of the field. And let me confirm.
It's been doing pretty big damage these turns.
Yeah, if a Blizzard came out, it would do solid damage to both Pokemon. It could be a very significant move here and likely remove Whimsicott. But whatever they decide to go with, there's... Hopefully this Dracovish can get another move off. I think that a Fever Dream, that's probably what they're most hoping for here. On their side of the field, I need to switch my things. We see Dracovish come off the field as Mousehold goes in, hoping to help protect Ninetales, I assume, on this next turn. Moonblast eaten by Mousehold to 68%. Freeze Dry goes into Whimsicott. An interesting choice there. It holds on with the Focus Sash. I did have them confused, which is why I moved my sheets around. And we are now looking at Ninetales in the snow. There is no Aurora Veil over there. Both teams still have Tailwind currently. And this Ninetales did just gain Friend Guard, I believe.
Yes, it does. I can confirm in just a second. It does have Friend Guard.
This is a strong defensive position here. You could see a Blizzard to take out Whimsicott and chip into Pelipper. We could see Pelipper already protected on the last turn, so we're likely going to see it attacking here or trying to delay long enough to set up another Tailwind. But this Whimsicott is not rocking an Energy Ball or a Solar Beam or anything like that, so it's not a massive threat to our Ninetales on the other side of the field. And we see the Follow Me come out, a Moonblast into Mousehold, eats it at 31%. Hydro Pump comes out and does connect with Mousehold, taking it down. What will Ninetales do? Icy Wind comes out, getting the KO and getting a slow onto Pelipper. That is significant. The bug with Tailwind not showing up when it falls off, is that still a thing?
It's not a bug. It's just that Cobblemon currently doesn't have that lane implemented, I believe. Gotcha. But could be something that we see fixed for the upcoming 1.7 update. There are just still a good amount of things that do still need to be, lane does have to be updated for. I've been collecting a list throughout this tournament, so I should be able to, report a lot of these, such as like neutralizing gas. If it activates, it also doesn't show up in battle logs. These are all things that we're keeping a nice close eye on.
Turning the battle up music up just a bit. Thank you, stream. All right, so we see Whimsicott back on the field on a Fever Dream side, squaring up with Ninetales. Dracovish still alive but low health in the back on a Fever Dream side of the field on Cobbletwo side. And PokeXplore is now rocking. Meowscarada takes a big hit from Freeze Dry. It is down to 12% as Play Rough comes out. And Ninetales just barely weathers the hit. 4% health. Whimsicott gets one shot by a Hurricane. And Dracovish comes back onto the field. Now, I believe in this situation, Tailwind has fallen off. I'm 90% sure of that. And
yeah, so in this position, I think the only play is to double target the Meowscarada, because Meowscarada can only try to take out one of these, and Pelipper does have inaccurate. Oh, Icy Wind! Never mind. I take everything.
The Protect comes out. Ninetales lands an Icy Wind into both. Pelipper gets a second speed drop. Meowscarada faints. Dracovish is left on the field, standing by itself as Hydro Pump connects to Alolan Ninetales, and Dracovish and Pelipper are facing each other down. Dracovish is definitely going to outspeed here, right?
It should. I just don't know if it's going to be enough to pick up a KO. But even then, Pelipper is going to have to land either a Hydro Pump or a Hurricane into this Dracovish. So it really is just going down to, is it going to be enough to pick up a KO? Are the hits going to connect from the Pelipper? Oh man, Pelipper needs to land in this turn if it doesn't end up going down in order to secure the win. Because even if it might be able to tank one Vicious Rend, it's definitely not going to be able to tank two. Looking at the EV spreads, this Pelipper actually has max HP and 48 defense. Not sure if that would be enough.
Pelipper delays one time with a Protect. I'm not certain if there's anything that it can get in between these turns, though, so it's gonna come down to simply who gets the KO. And I've seen Vicious Rend do a lot of big things. I would be surprised if it didn't take out this Pelipper.
Yeah, thankfully that rain isn't up, because that would have almost secured the Pelipper going down to a Vicious Rend.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous to see what ends up happening these turns.
Glacial and a Fever Dream staring each other down.
If a Fever
crunch.
Dream is able to pick up the win here, it means that the dream for Cobbletwo to continue is still in play. Oh my goodness. But on PokeXplore side, they're also, of course, fighting for survival right now. Both teams very, very hungry for the win.
Well, will this Mystic Water Dracovish be able to take out this Pelipper on the next turn?
Hold up, I could even probably calc it right
You
now.
probably could, yeah. Mystic
we have
Water,
the-
Strong Jaw, Vicious Rend against a Pelipper with max HP and 48 defense. Calm Nature. Who wins? The time stall is in effect. Not sure what we're waiting on here. There's not that many decisions to be made, I don't think. This Glacial is weighing potentially between 80% accuracy and 70% accuracy. Vicious Rend comes out and connects. It doesn't even matter. Pelipper is gone. A Fever Dream takes the first victory of this set of 3. And the dream is alive, as you
Cobbletwo
said.
dream is alive. Oh
Yes.
my god. Now, I do want to say I just ran the calcs and Dracovish blows Pelipper out of the water still.
I thought that was the case.
If it's adamant max attack, it should still do 63.4% minimum. So these are some good ranges for Fever Dream to know for this match.
Wow, wow, wow. A great start to this match. And a lot of room, a massive amount of room for adaptation from both battlers. I'm sure they both just learned a lot about each other's teams. It can be one thing to look at a team sheet, but it's another thing entirely to see how your opponent plays. And now we've seen that Hisui and Zoroark attempt to go, and by the way, such a massive play that Dracovish protected turn 1 just to scout out potentially whether the Meowscarada was there. A very intelligent move there from a Fever Dream. Whether or not that's what they were scouting out, it still made a massive difference. The Pokemon we didn't see during that game for a Fever Dream are Hitmontops rocking safety goggles and a Talonflame, a Gale Wings Talonflame. And then on the other side of the field for Glacial, we didn't see their Dracovish, and we didn't see their Hisuian Goodra. I'm not sure Hisuian Goodra matches up well into this team, so I don't know if we'll see that actually. But we see both Whimsicots back onto the field again, and this time it is Alolan Ninetales on a Fever Dream side of the field. We've seen that before, but the new Dracovish from Glacial coming out here. This is a little bit of a different Dracovish. The only difference really is that it's rocking a Life Orb instead of the Mystic Water, so it will be able to do a little bit more damage with those other moves, but it will also be chipping itself away slowly. Yes, Dracovish, as Shaco says in chat, Dracovish is an incredible Pokemon that really it hasn't been viable in many competitive formats because of its fossil status and because I don't believe they bring these things back very often. But this format of Cobblemon shakes that up a bit. A Fever Dream's Whimsicott goes for Tailwind, and we see Hisuian Goodra hit the field on the other side of the field. I don't know if that makes sense against an Alolan Ninetales. Dracovish goes down turn 1 and doesn't even get to move as the prankster Tailwind helps Ninetales just remove it with a Vicious Rend. I would be surprised if we see PokeXplore come back from that first turn. The snow is falling down. We could see a Pelipper to remove the snow, but Ninetales is tailwinded in the snow with a defense boost from that. And now we see Whimsicott come back out onto the field. While ice might be neutral into this Hisuian Goodra, an icy wind could be extremely effective still to help mitigate a potential tailwind coming from a PokeXplore or a big Moonblast. Well, maybe not that, but a big freeze dry into Whimsicott. We've seen it take it to Focus Sash before, and that means that a double up could remove this Whimsicott as well. Unlikely to be a misclick, I would say. It's not possible, but I say that only because the swap indicates to me that it wasn't a misclick. The first turn.
Sorry for being quiet. I was updating the table, and I do just want to say, Cobbletwo does indeed have the chance. If they are to go for a 4-0 perfect record, that is actually their only shot at being able to secure a second place finish. If PokeXplore is able to even win a single battle in this exchange, the dream for Cobbletwo is over.
Wow. Okay, well, as you say that, we see Hitmontop come onto the field, a Stun Spore go out into Goodra, but miss. Helping hand from Whimsicott on the other side of the field, and Goodra goes for a Heavy Slam into Whimsicott and takes it out. So, unfortunate that Whimsicott misses its Stun Spore there, but now a Tailwinded Dracovish comes in next to Hitmontop. And this Dracovish isn't staring down the most favorable of opponents. I don't know any of the calculations that would go into a Heavy Slam from this Goodra into a Dracovish, but I'm expecting...
Definitely wouldn't do too much. The Dracovish does resist it. And I'm pretty sure that Dracovish is one of the heavier Pokemon, surprisingly. That's
what I was thinking. And this Goodra is only rocking Heavy Slam in terms of attacks. It also has Tearful Look. And it is built as bulky as they come. So this Hitmontop isn't going to be able to do as much damage as it might like, because we can see that this Goodra is rocking a Chople Berry. But yeah, I don't like this matchup too much. However, Whimsicott with the Moonblast can do some big assistant damage, at least on Hitmontop. This is going to be a very interesting turn. I haven't considered this sort of matchup before. Do you have any thoughts on how this might play out, Novo?
Probably just going to see some chip being brought into the Goodra if I'm Fever Dream, Whimsicott right now, I don't think that it's really going to be threatening the most amount of... I mean, it could still go for Moonblasts on both sides, but I think that Alright, let me scratch that. Now that I'm really looking at this, the big threat on the field is the Whimsicott.
I actually agree with you. It had its Sash still intact, and I'm surprised to see it leave the field. Dracovish protects, a Fake Out goes into Goodra, and what
Gooey
is...
activates.
Oh, we saw a Protect from Dracovish, so we get a free swap there. That's pretty important. And now this Dracovish can't protect from this Meowscarada. Are we sure this is a Meowscarada and not a Hisuian Zoroark?
We won't be sure until we find out. If that Fake Out would have hit the other slot, we would have been able to guarantee some sort of knowledge there. But we just aren't going to know for certain here.
Yeah, this is only their third Pokemon, right? So... Oh, wait, no. This is their fourth Pokemon. That is a Meowscarada. I'm fairly confident. Because they lost Dracovish turn 1. Am I wrong? I might be wrong. I'm wrong.
I can quickly check.
Could be a Hisuian Zoroark.
Yeah, the Dracovish did go down on Glacial side.
So this is the fourth Pokemon. Yeah. So that I think that indicates that this is a Meowscarada. We see Hitmontop Protect. Yep. Saving itself from the Play Rough. Yes, that's knowledge from the first game. Fish's Rend.
Oh my god.
Removes
what a
it.
Good play. That
and
was...
Protect from both. Oh
Fever
my.
Dreams showing that Cobbletwo has the spirit. They don't want to die. They are still pushing through. Oh my goodness. That was incredible.
Wow, that is massive that the Protect picks up both, especially because Dracovish couldn't protect that turn. So Dracovish free to Strong Jaw into Meowscarada, the only threat really remaining on Dracovish. While the Moonblast will do some damage to it, it's not going to be the same. And we see Ninetales hit the field again. Dracovish protects.
If that Goodra heavy slams the Ninetales, it's going down.
That's true. We see the Goodra
That's
Heavy
just-
Slam,
Oh my god.
and it does go into Ninetales.
Oh, that turn went perfectly for Glacial. Snow
Yes.
is gone, and it's just a Hitmontop. We do get the attack drop on the Goodra, which should play a big part in this battle as well.
It is at -2 now.
Yeah, we're probably going to see a Hitmontop fake out the Whimsicott and Dracovish also attack into that slot.
Now, I don't know if this Whimsicott ever tailwinded, but I wonder if that plays a role here as well.
I mean, if it gets faked out, it's not really going to do too much this turn.
True.
For it.
I think. Oh, I don't know. Actually, I'm very I'm excited to see what happens here. Can Cobbletwo clinch a second win here, needing to go 4-0, needing to take the wins across the board here to stay in this tournament? Can a Fever Dream come up big, or was it a nightmare? You got to give me one. I got to have some of those.
That was for sure, for sure.
Dum dum dum. And we have seen these players be rather pensive in the past, but now they're ready. Whimsicott goes in with a helping hand towards the Goodra. Fake out goes into Whimsicott. This is big because Goodra is now free to go. The fake out was slower than Prankster Whimsicott. Heavy Slam comes out, goes into Hitmontop, but it is not very effective. That is not going to do it. A Moonblast might have been more helpful, but Whimsicott does lose its Focus Sash here as Dracovish hits into it with a Vicious Rend and is in range of taking it out with the next one.
Yeah, maybe we see something like Hitmontop Sucker Punch into the Hisuian Goodra while the Dracovish just focuses the Whimsicott. But this Whimsicott can still threaten a big Moonblast. Ooh, do we see something like that?
The Sucker Punch does go out. Moonblast into Dracovish, protected. Another massive protect, and Heavy Slam goes into Hitmontop this time. That top is now being threatened by either Pokemon for a KO.
Oh, if this Dracovish is able to outspeed the Whimsicott, it should be able to pick up the KO, and then it's just a 2v1.
Yep. Critical Sucker Punch. Moonblast into Dracovish. Hits it to 28%. Special attack drop not mattering, but a Vicious Rend takes out Whimsicott now. Does Dracovish live whatever's coming here? It does. Hitmontop goes down, and now it's Dracovish versus a very healthy, extremely defensive Goodra. I don't like this for Dracovish.
Yeah, this Goodra is basically maxed out on the defense or physical bulk. I don't think that Dracovish is going to be able to break through the. Oh, it could do Super Fang to bring it down 50%, and of course keep chipping it down.
It has to live the next Heavy Slam, I suppose. But even then, the question would be whether or not a Vicious Rend would be enough, and I don't know. Has this Dracovish? This Dracovish is faster, but Goodra is going to resist, quad resist a water attack. Is that correct?
No, it's 2 times resist, and Steel doesn't resist water.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but the Gooey, maybe we even see Gooey come into effect. The Dracovish has to go for stuff like the Vicious Rend.
Very true.
Now, if this is indeed max attack Dracovish as an Adamant with 252 attack EVs, it means that Vicious Rend at minimum is going to be doing 43% to the Goodra, which probably means that going for something like a Super Fang turn 1 will be much more beneficial. If this Dracovish is max attack, we do see the Super Fang. It lands.
Does it survive the heavy? Oh my! It survives very handily.
So well.
Well then.
No, Dracovish wins. Dracovish
yes,
wins.
Dracovish does win, and my goodness, the dream is alive. It wasn't a Fever Dream, but a Fever Dream. I believe we'll be picking up the victory here to win 2-0 and take a match point for Cobbletwo.
Incredible.
Massive
Things
victory
are
there.
Not looking good for PokeXplore. If they lose their next set, whether it's singles or doubles, it means that they are out of the World Cup. They need to lock in, but Cobbletwo, oh man, keeping the dream alive.
That was a fantastically played match. And very back and forth of some great protects from both sides, some great predictions. We saw double protect, and we saw a miss double protect effectively. Like, sorry, both attacks go into one Pokemon, get protected, and then the opposite happened on both sides of the field during that match, and it came down to their final Pokemon twice in a row. Very exciting.
Yeah. I'm so nervous, man. I'm so nervous. It's going to be singles. Oh my god.
All right. And there it is. We will see singles. We'll see the next two battlers come in. It's going to be either a Starry Knight, I believe is their name. I can't really see anymore.
This is going to get so tricky.
Or Soups.
This is going to get so tricky now for Cobbletwo. If Cobbletwo is able to win this match 6-0, I believe that all it would do is, I think that might only be enough for a draw. Actually.
Oh wow.
Actually, with like all across the board. I could be wrong right here. Oh no, because Cobbletwo is ahead of... Okay, Cobbletwo has one less battle loss than CraftedExplorers, which is a third tiebreaker before it comes down to remaining team Pokemon. Cobbletwo... this is so stressful. This is so stressful. I think if Cobbletwo win here, they might actually be able to pull forward on top.
So,
which would be absolutely insane.
We are, and for anybody not aware, we are talking about ending the group stages and going into the elimination rounds, which will start in a few days. These players are all on the line. Their teams are on the line, and it will come down to wins. It'll come down to how many Pokemon fainted at each win, and we have a Starry Knight facing off against Dividu. And we love to see Weedo Pito wishing good luck in chat. Weedo Pito had the disconnect earlier, and heartbreakingly, it was a heartbreaking disconnect, but they were playing incredibly well, and that's something to be proud of. And so is good sportsmanship. A Starry Knight. So this meditating Mewtwo is facing off against Dividu. Dividu, good luck to you.
Dividu, how are you doing that? Who's he talking to?
I assume that it's the Mewtwo that we're talking about, but if that is the case, it is Figura.
Dude, it started already. We see.
Take over, Nova. Bring us in.
So Tauros has an incredible lead in the face of Meowscarada. Meowscarada probably going to go for something like the U-turn, or maybe could fear something like a crazy Choice Scarf Tauros. Oh, this is such an important match for the tournament. I'm really on the edge of my seat because we see the U-turn come out, so this Tauros isn't good. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I need to compose myself. There's just so much on the line right now.
We see Inteleon come in against the Tauros. I have not seen this before, but Close Combat comes out.
Lives on 2%.
Wow.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Now, I am not familiar with really either of these Pokemon. Who outspeeds who here most of the time?
Inteleon will most of the time be outspeeding Tauros. I think Inteleon hits like 372 speed maximum, while Tauros sits at 328, if I'm not mistaken. So it is favorable here. We see Snipe Shot into the Samurott. It takes a big chunk. I doubt that Samurott is AV. Maybe running something like the Boots or a Choice Scarf, if I had to guess. U-turn, great U-turn. Great U-turn to get further chip. Oh my goodness.
Now, we expect this to be a ceaseless edge, so whoever's coming in here is going to be likely taking that damage, but also setting up spikes, making it harder for Inteleon to get back onto the field unless it's wearing boots or unless it can get a spin later on in the game to get it back onto the field. Now, of course, it could be used as a sacrifice, I suppose. Later on, we do see the ceaseless edge taking Meowscarada to 55%, and the rocks are set on a Starry Knight side of the field.
Meowscarada is extremely free to go for a U-turn. We do see the U-turn come out. Now we are going to see maybe Inteleon comes back and we see if it might be holding something like the heavy duty boots. We know it's not choice locked. Okay, no boots revealed. Donphan is revealing to be wearing heavy duty boots, and it's very free to go for something like the Earthquake here, very free to go for something like a Rapid Spin. Not sure if in the back Dividu might have a Ghost type to try to block it, or maybe even like a Goldango on a balloon. I would expect there to be a Goldango on a balloon in the back. It's been one of the most popular forms of keeping your Hazards up on the opposing side of the field. Immune to Defog, immune to Rapid Spin. And with Donphan being a big Earthquake or a big spinner in the format, Balloon Gold just keeps on rising in popularity.
While we wait on this next turn, I just want to point out that Battle Idol from Donphan was looking fantastic. We do see the spin block from Goldango coming in.
And he predicts a crit knockoff!
Oh my goodness! A critical hit knockoff. Added to by the fact that it's holding an item, of course. And Goldango goes down immediately.
Starry Night. Oh my. We had a fever dream. Now we have a Starry Night. Oh my god. That is a huge crit, man.
And full of stars.
Huge crit.
And we see a Starry Night throwing stars onto the field with their Figura animations. W for the Figura model right now. And an incredible prediction. And now PokeXplore has its back against the wall. Dividu versus a Starry Night. While one dream, of course, is held up in the air, held aloft, another is battling for its existence as Dragonite comes onto the field.
Dragonite could probably go for something like the Dragon Dance. This Donphan still has Sturdy. Probably, I'm guessing maybe we see a Rapid Spin to break the Sturdy. I mean, to break the multi-skill as well as removing the spike from the field. Donphan isn't risking a lot of damage from Dragonite. Sometimes Dragonite could run something like the Hurricane, which maybe could do some damage here. But right now, you know, Dragonite is good. Definitely a Pokemon that would struggle to muscle its way through Donphan unless it goes for like Dragon Dance and go for the Outrages. But that is risky to start setting up if Starry has a fairy in the back.
We do see a setup. Relying on the multi-scale, likely. Rapid Spin does come out, take out multi-scale, clears the field of the one set of Toxic Spikes from a Ceaseless, or not Toxic Spikes, but Spikes from a Ceaseless Edge earlier. And Donphan does get a speed rise. Is that assured on a Rapid Spin, or is that a chance?
No, that's 100% chance to happen. So taking that Rapid Spin did 9% to that Dragonite, even with the scale intact, which leads me to believe that there might be little to no bulk invested in this Dragonite. Lumberry goes off, so that does reveal that this Dragonite probably has something like Outrage. You like to run Lumberry on Outrage sets so that once your Confusion procs in after the Outrage ends, the Lumberry is able to cure it.
That makes sense. Well, they've gone through their setup. The Extreme Speed did come out as its most aggressive play, it seems. But that doesn't seem like it's going to be enough against this Donphan. So what do you do now?
Yeah, based on that damage range, I think an Outrage might be able to pick off the KO. Let's see. You do Extreme Speed is like what, 80 base power, doing 35% to that Donphan. Goes for another Extreme Speed.
A knockoff again after the item removed. That's not going to do quite as much damage, but it does bring Dragonite into the range of one more knockoff, I believe. Another Extreme Speed comes in and does KO Donphan, which I'm sure is what you were about to say as Garganical comes onto the field.
Yeah, Garg is very free to just go for the Salt Cure over here. Maybe he predicts the Dragonite to be switched out and preserved for a sack later on, so could set up Stealth Rock. But I think that all we are going to see is just a Salt Cure come out. Dragonite maybe is going to try to chip the Garganacl, maybe go for like an Outrage just to get, you know, a last big hit in. Now, a Starry Night's Donphan did end up going down over here.
Outrage does come out, and Salt Cure comes out and finishes off Dragonite. That Garg is just above half and restoring with leftovers.
Yep, Dividu with 4 Pokemon remaining. Starry Knight with 5. We see an opposing Donphan.
No terrain or no hazards to be removed yet. Earthquake does come out. An explosion. Taking Donphan down to 63%, hopefully in range of whatever else is coming onto the field now, I would assume. Inteleon comes out.
The spikes weren't on the field thanks to an early rapid spin from Donphan. It was a turn where it broke the Dragonite's multi-skill, and it's very free to go for a snipe shot right here.
Great play so far. Now, it might be the case that Dividu only has that Ceaseless Edge Hisuian Samurai to take that snipe shot right now.
After the U-turn chip, I'm not even sure if it's going to be able to tank a snipe shot.
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't remember what it went down. I know it got hit for about 30-something%.
Yeah, it's definitely under 40% right now.
Oh, that's dangerous.
A Starry Knight saying, I had to do it for the memes. There was no other option to boom the Garganacle.
Yes, everybody in chat says explosion is funny. So, well done, A Starry Knight.
Oh, but yeah, this snipe shot probably going to be the move we see. I wonder if Starry is going to try to make the crazy play and try to over-predict Dividu switching out and go for something like a U-turn. No, that's too crazy. Just go for the snipe shot. So safe to just go for snipe shot. It's so safe to just go for snipe shot. I'm talking crazy myself.
When it comes to, you know, keeping the dream alive, sometimes you got to take risks, but maybe in this chance we don't do that. But who knows? You never know what a Mewtwo crazed monster will do. If they're willing to explode, they might be willing to go for the U-turn dangerously.
No, just go for the snipe shot. Just go for the snipe shot. I'll throw out a bad play just thinking of all this different scenario. There's a snipe shot, takes out Donphan. Dividu down to 3 Pokemon with a Hisuian Samurai in the back, I think at around like 40% or 34%.
Oh.
There could be some mind games to be played here. Samurott can go for Sucker Punch or Aqua Jet as a priority knockout. And Inteleon, you know, could go for the U-turn. Of course, doesn't even want to tank the... Or, of course, would go down if a potential Sucker Punch comes out.
But if a Sucker Punch is coming, you can switch for free, which maybe is what they're going for. That is exactly what happens. Meowscarada comes in safely.
And Starry Knight.
And it's going to outspeed this Samurott. It will
so
get
free to go for U-turn,
I suppose, and that's where we have seen in the past Swords Dance come out from Samurott just to defend against this sort of play. But in this case, now Starry Knight has held on to the momentum of this match. Sucker Punch comes out, not enough to take it out, and Flower Trick, or U-turn, I apologize, removes Samurott from the game, and Meowscarada will be able to swap, while Dividu also needs to select a Pokemon.
Yeah, Dividu, he still has the Tauros sitting in the back. We haven't seen the 6 be revealed quite yet. Reveroom, that's sick. That's really cool. We are probably going to see the Tauros just come out here, though, able to threaten a huge hit with Raging Bull or Flare Blitz. Now, I think this might be Reveroom's debut in the tournament. I don't think that we've seen one quite yet. Let me look at what it could do in Cobblemon. We do see the bull come out. It has Gunk Shot, Iron Head, Poison Jab, Shift Gear, Spin Out, Taunt. Pretty cool moveset. Magnet Res.
We see a Flame Charge come out from Tauros' side of the field, and Gunk Shot takes Tauros to 13%.
Huge damage.
Now, that's a low accuracy move, I believe. Is that true?
Yeah, Gunk Shot only has 80% accuracy, or it has 80%, so it's not low, but
it's terrible.
Not. The Raging Bull comes out, take off. I wonder if All right, so this Tauros likely, if it is max speed, then it is sitting at. Oh, it actually ends up hitting 350. Oh wait, no, am I looking at the right one? Tauros Paldia Blaze.
So now we're looking if there's any sort of priority that a Starry Knight has left. It's likely enough to take out this Tauros.
Priority or a Choice Scarf in the back.
Choice Scarf.
Yeah, Tauros, of course, able to threaten some huge damage.
well, these two battlers have seen each other's teams, so they can predict a little bit. Like a Starry Knight would know what Pokemon is left in the back, but here comes Meowscarada.
Yes. Being so confident in bringing out this Meowscarada makes me believe that it is running the Choice Scarf.
Does a Sucker Punch do it? Wait, does Meowscarada have Sucker Punch? Maybe I'm thinking.
No, it doesn't. No. It all depends on Eevee. Actually, even if this is max fit, wait, no, these could be. No, a flower trick. No matter what, should be able to pick up the KO. Assuming that this is max or Jolly 252 attack Meowscarada, which is very, very likely.
We see a knockoff come out. Remove the
it
berry
is enough.
Get rid of. And this is now a dark type Meowscarada if it ends up mattering. We see a shiny Magnezone.
Magnezone.
Interesting. Is this another debut? We see the knockoff come out again, taking it to 40%.
It might be.
Removing an Assault Vest. Tri Attack removes Meowscarada in return. And Galarian Slowking. Now,
maybe we're gonna see like Surfs being spammed. Now, Magnezone is gonna have no way of recovering HP, and it's gonna have a tough time muscling through this.
The paralysis.
Oh my god!
And it is paralyzed.
And a cruel.
Oh no! Future Sight comes out.
No worry.
Another Discharge doesn't remove Slowking. Surf comes
Surf
out.
on the Magnezone. Is this the last Pokemon for Starry Knight?
I don't think so.
The crit para might have. Is that it?
The critical hit on Future Sight comes down.
Well.
A Starry Knight
wins.
Wow. Yeah, there was one Pokemon left in the back.
Oh my god. Cobbletwo's first victory in the entirety of the tournament. And it might be enough. I can't confirm quite yet, but it might be enough to guarantee entry into the knockout stages.
Yeah, the last Pokemon,
Incredible.
I believe, was Inteleon, right? Inteleon was still alive, I believe, at 2%.
Oh, that's true. The Inteleon.
Wow.
Oh my god, that might have just been. I have no
play.
words for this right now. I have no words for that.
A phenomenal game and a phenomenal win for Cobbletwo to do their best to stay in. We can't confirm who will be moving on, but we do know that that was a phenomenal performance.
I can plug the scores in right now before the next match takes place. Cobbletwo, every match of this set went down to the very last Pokemon as they only had one Pokemon remaining, but I am going to plug the scores in right now. Let's see, Cobbletwo, they gained 4 wins in this encounter. They go up to 8. I'm going to organize Group D right now.
And
Points as the first. Battle difference second. Battle losses third. Least battle losses remaining Pokemon. Cobbletwo secure the second knockout position for Group D. Absolute insanity.
So they have secured their moving on, correct?
Yes, Cobbletwo have secured the last knockout spot in Group D.
I started typing for you.
Dude, they needed a perfect set and they pulled it off.
That is incredible. That is the stuff you love to see on the last day of group stuff. Well, the last day for them, at least for their group.
Dude,
incredible performance from both a Starry Night and a Fever Dream. Soups showed up in the back, ready to go, but thankfully wasn't needed for this because if they had been, it might not have been enough. The tiebreaker would have changed. And we will be heading over to the grass arena to for the last match of the day in about 10 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
Do you want to see if there's any a Starry Night or a Fever Dream or anyone from
I've noticed that they've logged off. Both of them logged off. I'm not sure if they're around.
Understood.
Oh, dude, that's the biggest result that we have seen in the group stages so far in terms of making it close. Oh my god.
A wild finish. That yeah, you just love to see that kind of thing. Of course, an excellent effort from PokeXplore, and unfortunate. Obviously, there's always going to be someone who's got to go down, but there was a dream alive that we talked about from the beginning, and it was secured.
Wow.
Wow.
Just to put some emphasis on the stakes, if Cobbletwo would have lost a single match in that set, their battle difference would have tanked by 1 or 2, which would have put CraftedExplorers right above them. They had to have played perfectly. They played perfectly.
Wow.
Insanity, man. Soups is saying that they're summoning them back for a possible interview.
Beautiful.
I don't know if we have time. We only have 8 minutes until coin flip. Not
we can
sure
get them in for a couple if they're here.
Tell them to join interview waiting lobby.
There's a voice channel in the Discord for anyone that wants to be interviewed, and we will join if we see you in there. Yeah, I gotta admit, as a fan of underdogs, Cobbletwo is somebody I'm going to be watching out for in the later stage of this tournament.
Oh, man.
You'll love a good story like that. Yeah. You can all hop in and mute is probably the best way to do that, just so there's only one person talking at a time. But
it doesn't look like chaos. I see Fever is in here. Let me get them in fast.
Is Fever Soups or grab Starry as well.
Oh, Starry, let's bring them in.
Hello.
Starry, Fever.
Hey.
You guys did the impossible today.
Dude, I was.
Go on. Sorry about that.
Oh, Soups is in here too.
Hey, Soups. Dude, I'm
for the vibes.
I was stressed out of my mind in both fights just because, like, I made a huge mistake in the second match, and I almost lost because of it. And it was the fake out protect with Dracovish and Hitmontop.
Mm-hmm. Yes, there was a great back and forth between you two with the protect sort of predictions there.
Mm-hmm.
What do you feel turned it around for you in that last match? Because it was very close.
I was like, I'll have to watch back over it real quick, so just give me one moment, because I was kind of just like really in the moment, honestly.
Of course.
But yeah, hold on.
And Starry, did you want to have anything? Did you have anything to say about your singles battles? I'm not sure if you were here to talk or just to hang out, but we'd love to hear from you.
Inteleon was my GOAT and won me this whole thing.
Dude, the Inteleon was huge.
I didn't even calc that. I just swapped it in, and I thought it was gonna die, but then it just got like 2 kills and won me the whole thing.
Indeed, and then of course you got a critical hit on that Goldango. That prediction, was that a prediction? I actually don't remember.
It was kind of a prediction. Like, he didn't really have anything else he could go into, so I figured, like, worst case scenario, he just stays in.
Oh, well, man.
That was phenomenal. So, have you two also been, like, some of the main battlers? We haven't seen anybody other than Soups today. And I don't believe I've seen your matches before. So, how have you two been battling throughout the rest of the tournament?
Okay.
Personally, I actually won both my first match, and I won like all my matches so far. I'm pretty sure, except for one, which caused it to go to round 3 in our very first matches.
Very nice. Well, I just gotta say, I will be looking for. I said this already without you here, but I will be looking forward to your performances later on in the tournament. One, because Mewtwo Figura goes epically hard. Well done, Starry, there. And good job holding back on your many animations that I saw as well. But
I
we're
had a
very
lot
excited.
more.
I believe you. It seemed like for every situation you had a different one.
I only used, I think, 3 of them, and I have like, I think 8.
I saw Cry, I saw Stars, I saw at least one other, but do you have a purple ball that goes around your Figura? That's the most important question I have right now.
I sadly don't. I
Okay.
found this on the Figura Discord, like, the day before my first match, and it doesn't have that yet.
Very nice.
So
All right.
sad.
Could I get any last word from either of you as we move on to the next match, which will be having its coin flip?
Oh yeah, I remember you asked me like how I managed to turn, or like what I thought the turning point that I'm like recovered near the end. I
Mhm.
think it was actually stacking off my Ninetales so that way I could and then I got up another Intimidate on the Gudra, which caused it to get a 0.5 attack drop, which I think it wouldn't have completely thrown the match if I didn't, but it definitely like certified it just in case it might have gotten like, I don't know, a really high roll.
That's a great call. Well, fantastic job by you, A Fever Dream. Soups
Thanks.
being here, very clutch, underrated performance.
Thanks.
And the Starry Night, also an incredible performance. Thank you all.
Mhm.
And we will.
Thanks for hosting this.
Yes, bro.
Oh, our pleasure. We'll move
Yeah,
into
well,
this
thanks
next
for,
match.
Yeah, thanks for interviewing us and whatnot.
Of course.
Yeah, excited to see more of you guys in the future. Take care. Take care.
All
All right,
check
tell
out.
the
You guys.
tell the rest
Good
of the
luck.
teams I said good luck.
All right, peace out. Peace out. Now, Vert, this might be. Now, I know we just came off of probably the most
Oh, no.
exciting match
do this
of
to my
the
heart.
tournament. This was the most exciting match of the tournament, but PokeClash and SquirtleSquadMC, these are two teams which are have been very strong in the tournament. Group C deemed by many to be the hardest group in the entire World Cup.
Okay.
Tropimon had already secured the first knockout spot at the expense of Cobblemon rivals. Right now, both of these teams are basically fighting for survival. The winner moves on, the loser gets knocked out. Both teams extremely close. The only thing separating them right now is the battle difference, currently separated by 2. Basically, whoever wins here moves on. Whoever loses gets sent home. And I will say, I think that both of these teams are extremely evenly matched. And so this, I don't know who's going to be pulling off the win here. I don't even think that there is a favorite for this match. But the stakes here are higher than ever for both teams.
Okay. Well, that's very exciting to hear. And we're about 1 minute away from the coin toss here. Do you think that there's any favorites here for VGC versus singles on either of these teams that you've noticed?
I know that Dino is somebody who really does enjoy playing and that really does enjoy playing doubles for PokeClash.
Yeah.
On the singles side, I think it was Orc-Booze who pulled off a really dominant performance in the very last round, or in the previous round.
Well, we're gonna get doubles as
Doubles.
Tails comes out from
Ooh.
Goldango. And we see a little bit of a booing, I guess, from Cobbled Souls. I don't know what that doesn't matter. It's fine.
Oh man.
Someone don't bring stall for Vert. Okay, how about that?
I'm so nervous because both of these two teams have been really fun to watch. So I'm actually really sad knowing that one of them has to go home after this set. Oh my goodness. This is I wish there was a scenario where both teams were somehow able to pass, but one of these is going home, and it's gonna be a really strong encounter. So it really could just go either way. I expect this to go all the way to a game 3.
That will be very exciting. All right, VGC start between PokeClash, So on your screen, you will see PokeClash on the left and SquirtleSquad on the right, and I will maintain them on the like Pokemon side as well, and we will get some team sheets out shortly.
Yep, Aram is currently collecting the team sheets, but once they're posted, the match should begin in about 4 minutes. But oh my goodness, man, I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous to see how this battle goes too. This has been my favorite World Cup day so far. Like, I just want to put it out there.
This has been phenomenal. It's also, I mean, not for nothing, it is very helpful when we're going back to back to back to back.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. You know, first match started at 1 p.m. EST. Last match of today starting at 5 p.m. EST. A good, what, 4 or 5 straight hours of battling. Oh my goodness. I'm nervous, man. I'm nervous. I'm nervous for both teams. I can't imagine the nerves that both sides of the field are feeling right now.
All right, referee here again. We're missing PokeClash. If I recall, yes, we're missing PokeClash team sheet, and then we will start the match.
Aye, aye.
Got you.
Well, don't mess up.
You
that
can drop.
part,
Yeah,
PokeClash.
you can drop in the chat that. Okay, perfect. You got it.
Yes, yeah, I've been taught by the best. You know,
A well-oiled machine.
Yesterday was Aram's training day, and he did very, very well. He's actually been the referee for every single match today as well, absolutely smashing it. So thank you so much, Aram. Couldn't do this without you. That's also what gives me the opportunity to be able to be in the commentary booth for so long with you guys. So very, very thankful to Aram.
All right, we have received team sheet. Quickly making up the message, send it in general, and we can go.
Yeah, I do expect Zion to be coming out for the SquirtleSquad bench. He did battle in the first set of doubles. He did end up losing, but he is still a very, very strong battler. It really could have gone either way. And then for PokeClash, I think that Dino has been their designated battler. Also very, very strong. I do think that he was actually victorious in his last round against Tropimon. So very curious to see what kind of teams we see both people bring. But yeah, those are my predictions for the battlers that come onto the field. I see Aram typing in general.
Team sheets.
Ooh, I think it's actually going to be 2 different people then. It's going to be... let me make sure that I got their names in the game. Vert, it's in general in case you want to share it with your audience.
I'm sending it now. So this is going to be SquirtleSquad's team sheet first. And then we will get Yips. Or this is a PokeClash. Out the gate, I'm seeing a Dragapult on PokeClash, which is... Oh, actually on both teams. It's interesting how we're getting these mirrors a little bit, where we had the Dracovish mirror earlier, and now we're getting a Dragapult and potentially even more. I haven't gotten a good look at it while I post these yet.
Yeah, one of these being choice banded, the other one Focus Sash. Let's see how much that ends up mattering in this encounter.
These teams are almost exact mirrors. The only difference is the Meowscarada on PokeClash side of the field, I believe.
And an Amoonguss on SquirtleSquad. This is almost a perfect mirror in terms of Pokemon.
Wow.
Both teams rocking Primarina, Goldango, Talonflame, Dragapult, and Hitmontop.
The team sheets were exchanged privately, so the teams did not know from each other that the teams were gonna be like this.
Oh, of course not. Yeah, this is gonna be very interesting. We do see a normal gem. Well, a gem. That doesn't make sense as a normal. It has to be a flying gem. Just looks weird on the
flying
thing.
gem.
But a flying gem, Acrobatics, Talonflame. If that's not picked up on the team sheet, which, you know, seeing a team sheet is one thing, and picking up on all the details of it in the battle is another thing. If they don't pick up on that, that is a powerful thing there.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the right next to the Pokemon's name, it shows the item that they are holding as well, just to confirm if something doesn't really make sense on the team sheet because you might be confusing it with another item. Can always look there for reassurance. We see Primarina lead. Primarina looks really, really strong for calming Riso right now. You know, able to do big damage to the Dragapult, able to do big damage to the Talonflame. We're probably going to see something like a Gale Wind. Ooh, actually, we could probably see Fake Out into the Talonflame and maybe the Primarina going for something like the Sparkling.
I agree with that.
Or the Hyper Voice.
Yeah.
Hit both.
Even Icy Wind could be extremely powerful depending on what they're going to go for here. Wow.
Oh no, this is a. Oh wait, one second. This is a Covert Cloak Talonflame on the field, so hopefully Riso does notice that and doesn't go for the Fake Out. But it does mean that this Talonflame is very, very free to get off a Tailwind right now.
Oh, I gotta make sure I have each one on the right side of my head.
Yeah.
I get confused.
Yeah, I just had to reorganize it too. I was going back and forth because, you know, very hard to tell the difference right now in team. Oh, Call Me Riso has his name on his team sheet, which is nice.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yes. That's helpful. Thank you. Yes. So that, yeah, you're right. There's no Fake Out target here, which is very scary, I'm sure, for Call Me Riso. Amoonguss comes in, Sucker Punch goes out into... Ooh,
nice
hit.
hit. That's a nice hit.
We're gonna see... Oh! That denies the U-turn, I believe.
On the Hyper Voice. Okay,
and Hyper Voice comes out. Oh my goodness. That could have removed the Dragapult.
That's an incredible turn for Riso, man.
Wow. And now... they have their Gale Wings Talonflame back onto the field to attempt to remove this Dragapult still. Sorry, onto the field for the first time. That's true.
Yeah, the Primarina did have its Throat Spray activated as well, so its hits are going to be heavy. Oh my goodness.
Wow, we see the Rage Powder, but there will be a spread move, most likely coming out of Primarina, so I would expect...
Flying Gem Acrobatics? Picks up! Oh no, hangs
just
on 1%.
barely! U-turn into Talonflame, removes the Gale Wings buff, and finally gets Dragapult off the field, bringing in the Talonflame again. Moonblast removes Amoonguss, though. That's a very big KO.
Oh, wow.
Dragapult returns with Gale Wings removed from the opposing Talonflame. That is a bit of a scary position, and this Covert Cloak Talonflame is back, ready to attack or to set up a Tailwind if needed.
Yep, on Yip's side, the Talonflame still has its Gale Wings intact. It is holding the Covert Cloak item. Riso still has his Talonflame in a really healthy position. It shouldn't go down to end. I don't think either Pokemon on Riso's side could go down this turn. See the Dragon Darts. Oh, of course.
Oh, but because of the immune.
Talonflame.
Yes. So those Dragon Darts normal. Oh my goodness. But the Hyper
KO.
Voice double KOs takes down the full health Talonflame because of Liquid Voice, turning Hyper Voice into a water attack, and Goldango is the last Pokemon on Yip's side of the field.
Yeah, this Hitmontop very free to... honestly, this Hitmontop could just go for things like the Wide Guard to stop the Make It Rain. It could go for its Sucker Punch to chip Goldango. This Goldango is holding a Life Orb, so it should be doing some pretty hefty damage. But either way, I think that Wide Guard is probably your safest play. Maybe you go for things like Icy Wind to drop that Goldango speed.
Wow. This one turned very quickly. And yeah, I don't see Goldango standing up against the might of Riso's team at this point.
Yeah, and Riso still has a Pokemon in the back, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and we would imagine, you know, now is the time to sort of scout a little bit. We see Nasty Plot come out. Hyper Voice goes into Goldango and puts it to 18%.
This is a checkmate right here. Meowscarada will always outspeed this Goldango and pick up the kill. It doesn't! What?
Whoa!
Oh, the Tailwind! The Tailwind!
Tailwind's
Primarina
activated.
hangs on.
But Primarina does hang on with that very strong special defense. And Hyper Voice removes Goldango. That was closer than it could have been.
Wow.
Now, with the Goldango that low, a Sucker Punch from Hitmontop would have finished it off in the end there. Most likely, because it wouldn't have been able to well, it could have recovered, I suppose. But, yeah, that came down to the wire. And PokeClash takes a 1-0 lead in this 3-set match. in their first best of 5. I'm so sorry. Best of 3
Wow.
of VGC. Whew. Wow.
I'm nervous, man. I'm so nervous.
Yeah, that was a lot. That was I'm really impressed that Goldango managed to hold on there and almost removed both of them, to be honest.
Yeah, Riso played very, very well there. Primarina's bulk really coming into play.
Now, as an adjustment here, the only thing we saw that stands out to me right now is how Amoonguss got very well bodied by that flying gem acrobatics Talonflame.
Yeah, but still living at the 1%, showing that, you know, that acrobatics isn't always going to be a reliable KO. Maybe it was a damage range, but I don't know. If I were Riso, I'd be nervous that Amoonguss was able to hang on.
That's very fair. And the other thing, of course, we saw was the U-turn into the eject button and the denied U-turn because of that.
That was huge.
Massive, yes. Yeah, it can't be understated, and it's hard to say what would have happened had that not been the case. And here comes...
when they're underway.
Primarina versus Primarina, as we see our Flying Gem Talonflame back onto the field, facing down that Amoonguss with the Citrus Berry that lived on 1% health last time it was face down against this Pokemon. And we see the same thing happen. This time, much healthier. I must have been chipped last time, so it's at 47%. A massive Hyper Voice comes out of the faster Primarina on Yip's side of the field. Throat Spray activates, and on the other side, another Hyper Voice comes out. Because we did not see, yes, we are going to see Spore, and Primarina on Riso's side of the field is put to sleep, and it is the slower Primarina, or that was, actually, I'm not sure, but it could have been a speed tie. But here we are with Meowscarada now on the field, not worried about the Rage Powder or the Spore.
Yeah, threatening a big KO on the Primarina from this range. I wonder if you make the call and just knock off with your Meowscarada here. Like, surely you don't expect that Primarina to go down on Yip's side. Oh man, but that was definitely a really, really good turn 1 for Yip.
Yes.
Amoonguss still at 31% HP. Primarina still very, very healthy. Both of them had life or throat spray activated, right? Yes, both of them did.
This is, yeah, you know, you could swap Amoonguss to get some regenerator going. It's not necessarily threatened potentially by this Meowscarada. Maybe you're saying the knockoff, but it did already lose its Citrus Berry, so it's not going to take a boosted knockoff. And whatever else you can bring in here, there are definitely some choices. It could be a Talonflame.
Yeah,
could also
I had to rehydrate myself because Rom's saying that my voice sounds a little bit too dry right now. Hopefully it's better now.
You sounded fine to me. The Rage Powder is unlikely to come out because it won't help against the Grass type Meowscarada, but knockoff goes in, and it is enough.
Hyper Voice, if it comes out, oh, I forgot to sleep. Sorry,
Primarina stays asleep. It's okay. So we lose Amoonguss on Yip's side of the field, but now Dragapult and Talonflame are on the side, and we could see a Tailwind that would set up a very long advantage for Yip.
Yeah, this Meowscarada is definitely, if we do see the Dragon Darts come out from the Dragapult, it's going to double into the Meowscarada, and that's definitely not going to tank the hit. So I think everything right now is really, really dependent on if Riso's Primarina does wake up. Maybe if he has the Hitmontop in the back, he can. Oh no, it's still clear body Dragapult, so the Intimidate wouldn't affect it. I wonder if he's going to try to conserve Meowscarada. He needs it to be able to break through the Primarina that he knows Yip has in the back.
Now, does a Dragapult take a Dragon Darts from an opposing Dragapult?
It definitely won't, but we do have to remember Riso's Dragapult has a Focus Sash, but of course that's not going to matter if the Primarina is still on the field at the same time that Riso potentially having a Dragapult comes out onto the field.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. Who do you bring in? So we see Hitmontop come in. It does lower the attack for Talonflame. If there's a double up, which there is, Brave Bird goes into Primarina, bringing it to 60%. The Dragon Darts don't come out. A U-turn goes into Hitmontop. And it denies it again. Man. This could...
Prima has to wake up. Oh, and it stays asleep.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Well, Primarina isn't in KO range here, while Meowscarada is likely. If this Primarina can remove Dragapult, maybe there's a chance here.
This Dragapult is locked into U-turn because of the choice band as well.
Oh.
So you're very free to just go back into your Hitmontop. Hitmontop's probably going to die to a Brave Bird or something right now, but let's see.
It is a -2 Brave Bird now. We see U-turn come in. This time it will allow Dragapult to switch, as the eject button has been used. Primarina comes back onto the field. Brave Bird goes out into Primarina, chipping again, 41%.
It stays asleep
that
all
is
3 turns.
Tragic.
Oh my goodness. Max sleep turns for the Primarina.
We do have fake out pressure on this turn, however, to help Primarina get back up. And this Talonflame isn't going to be able to remove Primarina. So this is a big chance for Riso to take back some momentum. But we do know that actually the scariest part of this is that
the Talonflame has
to fake out. Oh yeah, you have to fake out the Primarina because the Primarina is, well, not even because of the Covert, because the Primarina is faster, seemingly, at least was last time that these two faced off.
Yeah, I think that this Primarina is going to be guaranteed to wake up at least. Because a fake out into the Primarina should negate just any damage from Yip's side on that side of the field, and the Brave Bird isn't going to be enough to pick up a KO on the Primarina unless it crits, as we have seen through previous turns.
Well, I'd say this is the turn that will determine this match, this set at least, or this battle.
Yeah. I wonder if you're Riso, I wonder if instead of trying to just break the Talonflame now, maybe you go for the Moonblast into the other Primarina slot, just to see if maybe a Dragapult comes out, or if you just want to do some big chip to the other Primarina.
If I could see an Icy Wind working potentially here as well, as just ensuring that you don't lose the speed tie next time, and if Dragapult comes in, that's going to do massive damage. While also giving you a chance on some other things with potentially a Meowscarada outspeeding Dragapult kind of thing. We see Fake Out go into Primarina. That's important. We see Brave Bird go into Hitmontop, removing it. And now the Wake Up. And it was a speed tie. Talonflame goes down. And now we are seeing the last 4 Pokemon, I believe, of this match. Unless Amoonguss is still alive in the back, actually, for Yip. I believe that might be the case. And Meowscarada and Primarina face down a full health Dragapult and another Primarina. I think it is a speed tie.
Oh, man. I think that the Dragapult is going to be able to take out the Meowscarada here in this turn. Dragapult, of course, naturally faster than Meowscarada. If we do see the U-turn pick up a one-hit KO. Moonblast into the and down it goes, and I think that's the match. Yip evens out the score between SquirtleSquad and PokeClash. This is the type of result I'm expecting when you see 2 massive teams face off against each other right now. Neither team, looking to go down easy. Both are going to be fighting to the very end in this set. Very well played on both sides of the field.
That Dragapult, the pressure of the speed of that Dragapult is just so incredible. In like the current meta of VGC and things like that, it's not as fast as some things that can just destroy it. But in Cobblemon, it is just so fast. And the speed pressure there, I do think, is just very overwhelming often.
Yeah, we're seeing here, the difference that having a Meowscarada and a Amoonguss makes on the team. That being, of course, the only difference on both, for both parties that we see, or for both battlers here.
Yes, that, and of course, the 3-turn sleep there was perhaps game defining, and also speed ties going in favor to Yip.
Yeah, that 3-turn sleep was brutal to watch. Oh, man.
Yes, and swapping it out wasn't going to help with the throat spray already being activated.
Yeah, both battlers in team preview.
We will see the thrilling conclusion of this best of 3 for the first match point between PokeClash and SquirtleSquadMC momentarily. Yes, the VGC, all VGC battles are best of 3 for the point, and then they will also have to compete for the rest of the points in either singles, which are best of 1, or another VGC match. And as was said at the beginning of this match, this is a match to decide which of these teams will continue in the tournament.
Yep, I'm expecting both sides to bring Primarina again because Primarina just does so much work overall. But I do wonder if they're going to adjust any of their strategies. Riso has been... I think Riso brought the same set of 4 both times, if I'm not mistaken. And it has still been working out pretty well for him. Of course, the 3-turn sleep on Primarina was very detrimental, but not sure if that was a game decider.
We do see a difference here as Dragapult comes out for Riso. That is the first time we've seen it from their side of the field. And now we know these teams a little bit. We have this Choice Banded Dragapult on Yip's side of the field, on Squirtle Squad's side, on the right side of the screen. And we have a Focus Sash Dragapult on the other side, on Riso's side. And we have this Talonflame rocking, the Acrobatics Flying Gem, and a Primarina Throat Spray ready. This is a scary setup. However, it's always true that the Fairy type, when Dragon Darts comes out, Fairy typing on the field immunes Dragon Darts, so Dragon Darts won't select it and will go into the other Pokemon. Whereas on Riso's side of the field, it could take a Dragon Darts, which there's some very odd dynamics going on here.
So what I'm thinking is that Riso could maybe go for the Tailwind to guarantee his Dragapult goes faster. Oh, he did end up going for that.
I think that was the right call, honestly. You're setting yourself up for victory later on. This Dragon Darts are going to both go into Amoonguss, but Talonflame goes down from the Hyper Voice. Dragapult does, in fact, have speed now. Whether or not it has an answer for this... Oh... This is a very good counter because Meowscarada cannot be stopped by Rage Powder, and now we have a Dragapult who potentially, I'm not actually sure what they're running. Let's take a look here. This Dragapult is it does run Phantom Force.
Yeah, it's the one holding the Focus Sash right now. Oh my goodness.
So, this is I actually like this position for Riso much better than I liked their last game, at least. Last game, it felt like they did not have control, but here they have a chance.
Yeah, of course that Primarina. Oh man, this is. I'd hate to be both of the battlers right now. Like I just know I would. Yeah, I do want to say the big Mr. Cobblemon himself did join to spectate this last match. Hiroko sitting in the spectator stands.
I also saw Hiroko in chat say Pog, so that's. Everybody say Hiroku. Say hello to Hiroku.
Say Hiroku.
Or just say Hiroku. Or both.
I'm so nervous, man.
This is very exciting. I'm very excited for this kind of level of VGC, and this is such a fantastic matchup. And again, it's so phenomenal that we're ending up with these crazy mirrors. Well said, Hiroku. Well said. And now we see these battlers staring each other down as they consider.
A pretty long time.
Well, this turn, I imagine, again, this is a turn where if you lose your Dragapult, if you're Riso, you lose your Dragapult, or if you are Yips and you lose your Primarina needlessly, these are things that just you can't get it back. And the thing to remember, I believe, is Riso has Tailwind. U-turn comes out. Citrus Berry is activated. Amoonguss going back to 67%. Dragapult pulled off the field and brings in its own Primarina, which will help to absorb any sort. But it does not tank.
It goes down.
And Primarina goes down on Yip's side of the field. That's a massive change. But the Spore does come out. Oh, and this Primarina, if it sits in this sleep again, could be huge trouble. And right now, if Dragapult comes back out on Yip's side of the field, this Meowscarada is in big trouble.
Yeah, locked into Flower Trick and the Primarina asleep, at least guaranteed for another turn.
But we see
We see
Talonflame. This is the Covert Cloak Talonflame. We've seen him do a lot of Brave Birding before.
This Meowscarada does not want to be on the field right now.
No.
But it's just you also don't want your Dragapult in the back taking any damage.
Well, the question is, who do you need in order to take down the Dragapult, most likely? Because you need Primarina to wake up, I would say. And they're just covering for the wake up. Oh, God. I think you need Dragapult to take out this Amoonguss. I don't know if there's another way around it, and you need Primarina to wake up.
Yeah, Amoonguss is ridiculously free to just go for the Spore here on Dragapult. I think everything right now is just lying in the Primarina's hands to wake up.
Yes. I do think
maybe
potentially a Phantom Force could help here. That's what I was going to say. Phantom Force comes out, escaping any Spore. A Tailwind comes out on the other side of the field, which is a big deal if Primarina stays asleep, and it did.
It stays asleep. Oh. I mean, this turn was guaranteed to... Oh, no.
That's
no,
their second
it wasn't.
turn.
It wasn't.
Yeah. So this Brave Bird comes out, this time without any Intimidates. It's going to be much more effective than last time. We do see the Phantom Force take Talonflame to 5%. Giga Drain into Primarina. He's going to bring Amoonguss back up very healthy, and Primarina is on the verge of fainting.
Still asleep. Oh my goodness. It stayed asleep another turn.
And I believe...
Dragapult probably going to go for the Dragon Darts here.
That makes sense, yeah.
But then it is at risk of getting spored again.
I don't know if it has a choice because now they've lost their Tailwind, I believe, on that side of the field. So Dragon Darts does come
Dragon
out.
Darts.
Oh, into Amoonguss, yep.
Do
we see the wake up? We don't.
Yeah, the Tailwind is up on Yip's side. Yip should be able to just finish this off with a Dragon Dart.
That sleep on Riso's side of the field determined the outcome of this game, I would say. And there it is.
Turns of sleep, brutal, but Yip is able to win the first set for SquirtleSquadMC. Squirtle Squad potentially 1 or 2 matches away from securing a place in the knockout, and PokeClash at risk of being eliminated at their expense. Oh my goodness.
Fantastic job from you after going down the first game.
Yeah, very nice, have yourself stay composed and bring it right back.
Woo, I'm going to take a sip of water now because...
Yeah, take your time. PokeClash is, of course, able to choose the next format.
Despite the win, Yip's still brokenhearted. You hate to see it. And now we go into VGC again as PokeClash chooses for another best of 3 in the VGC format. This is actually one of the first times maybe I've seen that. Often we've seen that it has gone like between singles and doubles. But now we will wait for the next team sheets and we will go again. And Novo, I'm going to baton pass to you for about 60 seconds.
No worries, no worries. This stadium is looking packed right now. It looks like almost all of Squirtle Squad and all of PokeClash are here supporting their sides. Right now, we're just waiting for the team sheets to be exchanged. I'm curious to know who they might send up next. Judging just by how people are lining up, I see Orc Booze on one side, like facing the field. I really do expect Dynamite to be the one to show up for PokeClash here. But this is getting very, very close. We haven't seen a sort of 3 best of 3s for doubles show up, as in, having doubles game 1, doubles game 2, and doubles game 3. I'm not saying it will happen. I'm not saying PokeClash is going to be able to secure the win right here for us to maybe even see a match 3. But these are both 2 Titans in the World Cup. I would be shocked if PokeClash does end up going out this round.
All right, quick intervening from the referee again. We got both team sheets already, so I will be sending them and the match will begin pretty soon. Right, here we go. Here are the team
big boss
sheets.
Heroku joined the call. All right, both teams have been exchanged.
I'll post up those team sheets very shortly for you all.
Yep, we will be seeing Dino and Orc Boo's backer hit the field.
First team sheet belonging to Squirtle Squad. And the second belonging to PokeClash. All
Now,
right, they are in chat.
I will say I have actually fought this team that Dynamite has brought multiple times on the Showdown VGC ladder. I don't want, but I'm not gonna reveal too much. I'm gonna try not to reveal any information about my encounters with them, just to
That's
not
probably
kind of
smart
give
for
any
this.
sort of hints for natures or EVs. But it is cool to see a team that I faced off against make its way here. Oh my god!
All right, so let's just take a look.
Its second,
Yeah.
Take
over, go for it.
No, Comfy making its second appearance in the World Cup, again in another doubles match. We haven't seen it appear in any sort of singles. Not sure if it's going to be brought here, but I'm guessing that Comfy is mainly here to try to be a Dragapult deterrent. Trying to think about what other Pokemon might, be fearing the priority triage from Comfy in this format. Dracovish, of course, Dracozolt. So Comfy is one of those Pokemon that are match up really incredibly against those types of teams, but none of those Pokemon are being brought to this encounter. We do see a Dragonite on the opposite side. We see the Meowscarada. We see a Hitmontop. So actually, no, the Comfy can still play a pretty big role. One of those three is guaranteed to at least show up in this next format. But again, we see Talonflame on the Squirtle Squad side of the field. We see Tyranitar on the PokeClash. Tyranitar looks like it'd be very, very strong here too. There's two Pokemon that are 4 times weak to Rock on Orc Boo's side.
Now, if you're Squirtle Squad here, I mean, there's obviously the Primarina, but this Como-O, to me, looks pretty scary, especially with the amount of support that it has access to. That one looks very, very scary to me.
Novro, in general. There was a message about team selection wanting to end it. Can you quickly check general?
Yeah, it's fine. If nobody votes, we already know who's supposed to be battling. No worries. As long as Orc and Dino go up, we know. Yeah, so the queue thing should end after a good 60 seconds, and then we're going to be able to start it again. Let me just review both sides. And now team list PokeClash. They should be pretty set up. Somebody broadcasting Pope?
Pope jump scare.
Yeah. Ram, I think you are going to be free to just queue up the encounter again. Or queue up the tournament command.
Something else underrated here, I feel like, is the
and they're quick.
Flash Fire. The Flash Fire on that Armarouge could play a pretty impactful role depending on choices here. Volcarona, Talonflame, and Dragonite all rocking the fire moves. If they can be properly baited, that could be very impactful. These are things that I haven't really seen before in this this tournament. I like the difference in teams here.
Yeah, Armarouge with safety goggles pretty much shutting down Among Us. But that is another Pokemon that we don't see brought to the other side of the field. It could put in some good work against the Volcarona if it is brought. But oh man, I feel like Dino was preparing for things like Dragapult, like Among Us. No, his team. This is still a strong team all around. Still a strong team all around. Orc Boo's, on the other hand, it's really cool seeing Pokemon like Volcarona and Dragonite brought. We do see these a good amount. It's just that For example, Volcarona, it usually does get its spot on teams taken by the Amoonguss as a preferred Rage Powder user, as a preferred physical sponge. And Dragonite, we don't see too much of in favor of other Pokemon such as the Dragapult.
That's very true. Yeah, I do like this Dragonite, though. It's very different than a lot we've seen. And this one is just rocking full coverage moves and going all out with a Choice Band.
Yeah, so those are going to be some hefty E-speeds that probably come out. Thunder Outrages. This is 135 base attack, so whatever's on the opposite side really isn't going to appreciate it too much. I think that Comfy, you know, the more I look at it, the better it looks in this match.
And we're underway as we see the Amoonguss Armarouge on PokeClash side of the field, and Orkboo's side of the field we see Talonflame Primarina, which is something we saw in an earlier match. Different battlers.
I think Orc has a phenomenal lead, being able to threaten huge damage on the Amoonguss, and of course Primarina being able to threaten huge damage on that Armarouge. In terms of the lead, Orkboo's is in an incredible position right now. Maybe we see Wide Guard come out from the Armarouge to stop a potential Hyper Voice. That is true. This Armarouge, the more I look at it, it's a very silly set that can really, you know, give their opponent some vertigo. They have the option of ally switching so that the Brave Bird hits the Armarouge instead of Amoonguss, if that ends up being something that we see. The Wide Guard to stop the Hyper Voice, stop the Icy Winds.
Yeah, in this situation, though, are you really threatened to... I mean, you don't want to be put to sleep, of course, by Spore, but you could see a simple Tailwind here to help boost the rest of this game up. But I'm looking through the rest of the team. Man, these are some speed tiers I'm not super familiar with.
Yeah, Talonflame right now is the fastest thing on the field. Amoonguss the slowest. Armarouge second. Primarina third.
Well, we are underway for the second set of 3 VGC between PokeClash and Squirtle Squad. Take over, Nova. I wanted to hear what you were going to say.
Oh, no. I'm just intently waiting for that turn 1. I think a Spore can... If we see an ally switch, I think a Spore is almost guaranteed to come out. Of course, at the expense of the Armarouge going down. So we'll see if he values Spore more than the Armarouge. Of course, we could also see something like a Wide Guard, but that does put the Amoonguss... I mean, Amoonguss, we have seen it tank even Flying Gem Acrobatics. So it's very likely that it's still going to be able to tank a Brave Bird if that's what Orkboo's goes for. So I think
it takes an Icy Wind and a Brave Bird.
Honestly, Amoonguss is so fat, it probably does.
Fair, very fair.
But look, even if we do see that Icy Wind could still be blocked by something like the Wide Guard.
True.
So we really just have to wait and see.
And something also of note maybe is this Primarina is actually an Assault Vest Primarina. So there is no Throat Spray coming out here. Like this Amoonguss is running Clear Smog. We see Primarina come off the field for Meowscarada as Wide Guard does go out. Useless in this situation. Brave Bird hits into Amoonguss, taking it to 35%. There is some Rocky Helmet chip.
By Orkboo's. Insane play.
And
really,
the Spore
really
is
well
blocked.
Played.
Dynamite tried to repeat the mistakes of last game by putting the other Primarina to sleep and hoping for that 3-turn sleep, I'm sure. But instead we get a Spore into an immune grass type, and that turn definitely goes in favor of Orkboo's.
Yeah, Talonflame is still probably the fastest Pokemon on the field, so even though its Gale Wings is broken, there's nothing on the opposite side that will be moving faster than it. This Meowscarada is ridiculously free to just go for a knockoff. It's going to pick up a KO on either Pokemon if they stay on the field.
Oh. Yeah, and we're not seeing any eject buttons or anything like that on this on Dynamite's side of the field. So there's going to be less swapping. Oh, actually there is an eject button on Hitmontop for Orkboo's, but we haven't seen that Pokemon yet from them. There's going to be less swapping around, potentially.
Yeah, if I'm Orc Booze, I would be so happy with how that first turn ended up playing out. We do see eject button.
This is
Knockoff
actually
instant.
Citrus Berry Hitmontop, just to be.
Ooh, takes it. Oh my goodness. Orc Booze is just in such an incredible position right now. Does that land? It does connect. Masquerada is burned, but still, it's still going to be doing heavy, heavy damage throughout this battle. I mean, and even if it's all it's doing is going off for knockoffs, that is, of course, going to be annoying to the opposite side or the opposite side. But Orc Booze, I think, has been taking a very commanding position in these first two turns. First turn played really, really well. Second turn also played phenomenally well.
I think this was a solid turn, however, for Dano, because now with the -1 drop from Hitmontop, there is some protection. The burn is also protecting long term, and the Amoonguss in the back is going to get some regenerator healing that will be impactful in the future, I'm sure, especially with Rocky Helmet chip now. As these Pokemon get chipped away, I do think that that could matter. Yeah. We do see a swap. Armoro goes out. Amoonguss comes back on, healthy.
He faked out a covert cloak Talonflame. That is not what
no. And Brave Bird punishes as Hitmontop goes down.
Oh man, you have to read.
Unfortunate. That's one of those things, you know, you can look at a team sheet, you can see what it's on there, and still just sometimes that it doesn't process.
Yeah, I think Orc is able to win this. Maybe we see something like the Rage Powder Amoonguss. The Masquerada will still be able to get off a Play Rough into the Como-O, but it is burned. Not sure how much. It is holding Expert Belt, so that is also going to boost the damage since it is going to be ×4 super effective. It's not looking good for Dino right now. It isn't. I think his only hope might be trying to go for a Clangorous Soul and hoping that he has enough HP to be able to do something with that.
I think with Amoonguss a little bit healthy right now and the Rocky Helmet, you could actually protect potentially for a turn. And this Talonflame, if it hits the Amoonguss, it's going down. It's unfortunately you don't have like some chip going down on the Talonflame otherwise, but you might be able to take it out by itself, like have it take itself out.
It's the Masquerada that's really threatening the big damage right now because, you know, Play Rough coming off of a strong Pokemon like Masquerada, regardless of the burn, it's still 4 times super effective into Como-O. The Talonflame, right? It's a rough position for Dino indeed. I don't think Orc has lost a single Pokemon either. I'm looking right now, and Orc still has his entire team intact.
We do see Rage Powder preventing a double up. Knockoff goes into Amoonguss anyway. Rocky Helmet comes off and Tailwind goes up. Clangorous Soul does come out, as you said. We get the Omni Boost. And the Throat Spray activates as well.
Do we know if Orc has the Primarina in the back? Because the Primarina could also just shut down this Como-O completely.
I think we'll find out very, very soon.
Yeah, no, oof. It's, of course, amazing to get off a Clangorous Soul plus activate the Throat Spray. I'm just not sure if it does much here. Because of the Tailwind going up the last turn, you're still not going to be outspeeding anything or on Orc Booze's side. At least not that I believe. At least not the 2 Pokemon in front of you. Amoonguss can, of course, just go for another Range Powder. You did get the +1 defense boost from the Clangorous Soul, so that Play Rough should do even a little bit less.
Well, with the Rocky Helmet removed, this Talonflame still, if it does, so the Play Rough goes into the Amoonguss. Apparently I'm wrong about the immunity there, because, is it Dark type from Protean? Is that why? Talonflame goes down from recoil, Amoonguss holds on, and Meowscarada goes down from Clanging Scales. Defense drops from on the opposing Como-O, but that is a massive turn, and part of that, I believe, is that the Protean taking effect and keeping Meowscarada from being able to be immune to Rage Powder.
Oh shoot, you're right.
I believe that's what occurred there. Is that? I think that's what it is. And so now we are in a situation while Primarina does stop this Como-O, and there is still very importantly a tailwind on Orkboo's side of the field. That was a big shift up.
I think it's checkmate either way. Como cannot take Primarina out in one hit. Amoonguss is likely to go down over here. I think Rage Powder has the same priority as Extreme Speed, if I'm not mistaken. So this Extreme Speed from Dragonite should hit first, regardless.
If you,
I do think it is. Oh, sorry, go for it.
I think Armorogue is still in the back. Is that true? Remember if it went down. If Armorogue is in the back, you can get a slight here on Amoonguss, but I don't know. I assume that this Como-O doesn't live this turn. It does have a speed boost, but this Primarina is in Tailwind. We see Rage Powder come out. It does come out before E-Speed, if E-Speed was the choice. Outrage goes out instead. Amoonguss goes down, freeing up Primarina to hit into the Como-O. Clanging Scales doesn't remove Dragonite, and Primarina removes Como-O. Armorogue comes in, but it is by itself now.
The only attacking move it has is Mystical Fire. It's not going to do much damage to either side. Orkboo's is going to be able to take game 1.
A huge win for Orkboo's on this, and this was a commanding one in a lot of ways, I would say.
If Orkboo's wins the next match, PokeClash's dreams of continuing in this Cobblemon World Cup is over. From here on out, they need to make sure that they win the rest of the double set. Dino has no room for error. He loses one more match in the double set, and PokeClash's World Cup 2025 run is over.
Now, I do feel as if Dano made a good adjustment to get back into that game, but the real pin in it, of course, was Orkboo's having the correct Pokemon in the back to stop that Como-O with Primarina.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the first 2 turns really played a massive role in just like the kind of momentum that we saw gain in this battle. After the first 2 turns, Dynamite's team was already super heavily chipped, and it did look really rough, you know. Orkboo's played extremely well to basically negate all of their entire turn 1 and do minimal. Ooh.
And we're off again. A very fast start, as this time we see Tyranitar on PokeClash side of the field, next to Armorogue again, facing off against Primarina and Talonflame. This Armorogue, the Flash Fire Armorogue, wielding the safety goggles, is not in a great position, I think, whenever paired up against this Primarina. A Hyper Voice is always threatening it, whereas this Tyranitar, even in it is AV, but...
Yeah, I mean, AV plus the special defense boost from the Sand. Maybe we see something like a Rock Slide come out and the Armorogue go for something like the Ally Switch. Could go for something like the Wide Guard. Either way, this Primarina, it's pretty much got like a good 50-50 chance on whether or not it's going to be landing an attack right now, assuming the Armorogue goes for either Wide Guard or Ally Switch.
And last
50-50 in terms of... Sorry, go for it.
Well, last time we saw a swap, I believe, from Primarina while the Wide Guard came out. And that, again, could be a free move if that is the case. Is there any Pokemon that would want to switch into... They don't really have any Pokemon that want to switch into a Rock Slide. That is at least something there.
Yeah, if the Tyranitar does outspeed the Primarina, of course it's going to also be threatening some big flinches that might come into effect. We see the Wide Guard come out.
Brave Bird into Armorogue. And Rock Slide does outspeed. Ooh.
Yep. Do we see a flinch? Do we see... It flinches it down.
Oh, wow. A one-shot on Talonflame and a flinch onto Primarina, bringing it to 59%.
Yep, there will be no Tailwind going up for Orkboo's this game.
This Meowscarada, so that was something that like I don't think either of us had counted on, but the Meowscarada being held off because of Protean was very interesting. And now this with Meowscarada on the field, there is at least an option for Mystical Fire to come out from the Armorogue. I don't know if that's necessarily a good move, but it is a move. And this Tyranitar, I believe, is fairly threatened in this position.
Let's see, what item is this? Meowscarada is holding a expert belt. I think something like, man. It's just even that it's just both sides of the field are very uncomfortable positions. Flower Trick into the Amoonguss. Nice play by Dino to get that in. Will-O-Wisp the Meowscarada. It lands. Hyper Voice comes out. That should KO. It hangs on.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. It's going to stick around for more shenanigans. And it's actually going to be very free to go for something like the Spore into the Primarina slot because nothing on the field is currently going to threaten it.
That Armorog being beefy, coming through very clutch here as it eats that Hyper Voice.
Yeah, just to keep track of things, this Meowscarada did lock into Flower Trick, so it is a grass type, meaning it is going to be immune to any redirection from Rage Powder. Armorog could keep, going for silly moves like an ally switch while the Amoonguss goes for Spore. We'll just see. We'll just see.
So order we had Meowscarada, then the Will-O-Wisp. Okay,
Yeah.
So we could see Mystical Fire as well if it seems, I don't know if Amoonguss is really threatened by either of these Pokemon at this point. So if that is the case, maybe a Mystical Fire makes sense if it can get it off.
That is very true. Very true. I wonder if it's going to be able to, pick up a KO on Meowscarada. I know Mystical Fire is relatively weak. So I'm not sure. Maybe we'll see here. We see Aqua Jet come out.
Oh, we see the priority.
Kicks
Yep.
off.
And U-turn from Meowscarada is going to be replacing it on the field, as it does take some Rocky Helmet chip. Not nothing. It's at 72%. And Spore comes out. And we've seen this be catastrophic before, as Primarina goes to sleep on Orkboo's side of the field, and Comfey comes out.
The Comfey threatening, of course, big draining kisses on Dragonite and Meowscarada in the back. This Comfey has all of a sudden become a big #1 target, but the Primarina is sleeping. Oh my goodness.
Now, in almost all the other games, the Clear Smog from Amoonguss into a Primarina with Hyper Voice with Throw Spray would have been very effective, but this time we see the Fire Punch come out.
Amazing Flora Healing to prevent the Amoonguss from dying that turn. It would have died if they did not go for Flora Healing. Both Pokemon on the opposite side asleep, and Comfey is so free to go for things like the Draining Kiss now. Maybe he just keeps the Amoonguss on full health. We could see Primarina wake up turn 1. Big Draining Kiss.
And there's going to be no wake up. Look at that. There it is.
No wake up on either
Amoonguss
side.
Synthesis back to 56%. Wow, this is definitely not something you expect to see. We see two Titans that are pretty often picked, Dragonite and Primarina, facing off against two very defensive Pokemon. Draining Kiss
wakes up in one turn
and does take out Amoonguss with the Fire Punch. The Rocky Helmet, however, and the Sand. Hyper Voice goes in, and now the question is, what is the answer from PokeClash side of the field? Tyranitar and Leilani, the Comfey, face off against Meowscarada and Primarina.
I think that the Comfey Draining Kiss, thanks to the triage ability, does have a priority of +3. So it will be moving first on the field if that's what they opt for. And I feel like all you do here is Draining Kiss the Meowscarada to make sure it goes down and go for things like the Rock Slide Flinch to get that Primarina down. If the Draining Kiss does pick up the KO on Meowscarada, it means that Rock Slide's full damage is going to be hitting that Primarina.
That's an important difference, yep. That said, the Meowscarada with the burn, I suppose even still you would go into Meowscarada, but it is limited a bit.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be able to pick up any KOs. It would definitely have to be in tandem with the Primarina going for something like a Hyper Voice. I think Hyper Voice is Primarina's only move this turn as well. But if I would say that Dino is definitely in the favorable position here. I think he might be able to secure this. Assuming that the Draining Kiss picks up the KO over here.
We love to
I
see
wish
this tech with Comfy.
Yeah, I really wish that or I really wish that I knew a lot more about like VGC damage ranges and things like that. Just because right now I honestly have no idea what picks up KOs, what doesn't pick up KOs. I'm a lot more familiar with singles. When it comes to doubles, these damage ranges escape me.
Same. Yeah, no, I don't know how that would go. But Meowscarada does live, and we will see a double up most likely in some way. A Flower Trick comes out. Stomping Tantrum goes out next. Meowscarada lives, but will go down to burn. Hyper Voice comes out, and that special defense Assault Vest holds up.
Wow. I'm pretty sure that from here, Dino is able to 2v1 this Primarina.
Yeah, this
See,
Tyranitar.
yeah.
Oh, look at the healing come out, just to be sure. 4% health left on Primarina. Hyper Voice comes out, but is not threatening a KO on Tyranitar. The Sandstorm takes down Primarina.
And we see another game 3. Oh my god. This set just...
Could this be the
insanity,
9-game match? Could we see
We
another
might
VGC
see-
after?
If Dino wins, we might see the first game or the first 3-game doubles. Oh, I'm so nervous, man. I think if Squirtle do end up losing this double set, though, I highly doubt we'll see another doubles match. I think that their singles battlers are very, very strong as well. So I feel like it's likely we see that.
Okay.
But,
Yeah, the one
both in team preview.
Somebody mentioned in chat about how the Hyper Voice did nothing, and you know it's an interesting difference. Just having that, you think of Sandstorm as maybe not that important, considering that PokeClash Dynamite isn't really running any steel types that are going to be taking advantage of like not taking damage from it. But that Tyranitar is getting a defensive boost from it, and there is no weather on Squirtle Squad's side of the field during this match, so it is uncontested, and it's going to be chipping away into, well, the team that has much less healing. Dynamite's healing actually comes into play there, as well as that Comfey and the Amoonguss are able to worry less about that Sandstorm damage.
Yeah, but we do see how decisive those first turns are and kind of just setting up the pace for the matches. We saw game 1, Orc Boost took an incredible lead with the first 2 turns, but then I feel like Dino in the last match also had a really strong first 2 turns, and I feel like that just really sets the pace for the match. So I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. This could potentially be the last match of the day. This could potentially be the last match for PokeClash in the World Cup. This could be the match that Squirtle needs to get that knockout spot.
Yeah, and I think based on, like, as you said, that the leads from these two teams and their first couple moves have been extremely impactful, and what adaptations these two players make to their leads in this next game could very well define the rest of this set. Whether or not PokeClash goes home, whether or not they can set themselves up for a comeback as they are down 1-0 in this best of 3, and we're back in it. Armorogue Hitmontop for PokeClash, and Dragonite Talonflame for Orcbooz of Squirtle Squad.
Oh my goodness.
Both actually getting intimidated. High value intimidate to start.
Yeah, you can probably just fake out the... Wait. Is this it? Oh, it's a multi-scale Dragonite, not running inner focus, so it's not going to be immune to fake out. Very interesting that we see multi-scale brought. I don't know why I didn't comment on this before, but in VGC, inner focus does tend to be the preferred ability.
Yes, and hopefully they remember that this Talonflame is rocking the Covert Cloak. Of course, I think they already learned that lesson once, but here we are with Dragonite coming off the field, resetting its Intimidate. A big fake out goes into Primarina, wasted, and Brave Bird goes into Hitmontop, bringing it down to 24% before its Citrus Berry brings it back to 50.
Primarina burned. It is a nice little bit of residual chip, but overall pretty negligible, I would say.
Again, with that Sandstorm side of the field, if they're bringing a good deal of healing here in the back, which, I mean, with Hitmontop and Armorogue out front, you expect they won't have both Comfey and Amoonguss. So maybe a little bit less healing than last time. Aqua Jet neutralized.
Orc growling in the chat.
We see a swap as Tyranitar comes onto the field, and I suppose, oh, I was expecting a wide guard, but we see the ally switch. Brave Bird goes into Armorogue, and what do we see? A Hyper Voice. We know Tyranitar can take it. Only 20% damage there, actually.
Yeah, that was definitely not an ideal ally switch. If you would have went for the wide guard, it could have been a lot better. Armorogue, dude, I'm actually genuinely so shocked by how tanky Armorogue has been.
Agreed.
Surviving Hyper Voices, surviving our Brave Birds from Talonflame of all things. It's like Dino is really showing just how incredible Armorogue is in this format.
This time we do see the wide guard. We see Talonflame come out from Tailwind come out from Talonflame.
Reads
but
it.
Moonblast and a special attack drop. Not that that's going to matter too much. Rock Slide comes out, bringing Primarina to 34% and removing Talonflame. Primarina to 22 after the burn.
Yeah, Dino's Armorogue getting outplayed 2 turns in a row, but it still hangs on. Of course, that Tyranitar is taking big chip in the process. Maybe if the Comfy is in the back, we might see that Tyranitar come right back up. Primarina down to 22% HP. And doesn't threaten a KO on the Tyranitar either. We see Meowscarada come in.
This Tailwind could end up mattering pretty big, though. That was set up by Orc Booze. And whatever this 4th Pokemon is for Dino, I feel like it's possible we see it here.
Yeah, I'm guessing that the Flower Trick is going to come out from Primarina, meaning that it's not going to be taking that much from Draining Kiss if Comfy is in the back. Very free Draining Kiss, I do want to add as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sorry, very free Flower Trick is what I meant to say. Because if you know that the Hyper Voice is coming out and you know that this Armorogue is probably going to go down no matter what this turn, even if there is an ally switch, I doubt you go for the wide guard. You just know that something's going to pick up a KO here.
Let's see if Dynamite has anything up his sleeve. We've seen that the Moonblast won't pick up a KO on Tyranitar by itself, and neither will Hyper Voice. But, of course, like you said, the Armorogue is in danger, and if it can be preserved for another purpose later, maybe it will be. Instead, we see Tyranitar off the field as Hitmontop comes in to Intimidate. Wide Guard does go out, so this is kind of just a moment to delay things and maybe keep the damage down from Meowscarada, but it doesn't slow down Meowscarada because it critical hits whenever it hits with that Flower Trick. Hitmontop goes down. Primarina brought down to 10%. Again, it's actually not going to live after this turn because it's taking both sand and burn damage. And somehow, this Armorogue is still alive.
Oh, we could. No, I doubt you try to go for a floral healing on it because you need this Primarina to go down. I want to say so. Maybe we see Draining Kiss come out to pick up the KO. Oh, it does go for the floral healing. Is that? I don't think that is the play.
Safety goggles are removed. Hyper Voice comes out. Armorogue goes down.
Oh my goodness! Ooh. Orc has been playing extremely well.
But Primarina does go down to all of that chip. So I believe we only have it's Tyranitar and Comfey for Dynamite with Meowscarada, Dragonite, and
I think Orc is gonna be able to take that. I'm not gonna lie. This Meowscarada is not gonna be taking super effective damage from that Draining Kiss anymore, thanks to it being locked into, or thanks to the Flower Trick coming out, ensuring that it stays a Grass type. I think no matter what, Tyranitar will end up going down to a Flower Trick from the Meowscarada. I think it might be over. I'm not gonna lie. I don't. Unless I'm forgetting a certain Pokemon in the back. Let me just see. No, both hit. Yeah, it's definitely only. Oh.
Oh, and congratulations to us. We did our first moderation today. Someone finally did something stupid. And we're back to the action. as these players pick their last Pokemon in this incredibly impactful set of 3.
Part of me feels like a lot of this is all going to come down to the Comfey. And it's in the type of bulk that it might have. No, Choice Banded Dragonite is just going to do so much damage. It can't lock itself into Outrage because then it really does set up itself potentially losing. So I guess, man, this is tough. This is tough. This is really tough.
Well, this Tyranitar is rocking Ice Fang. So there's a big threat here. If Comfey can keep Tyranitar alive and Dragonite has to make a choice and it makes the wrong choice, I do think that this comes down to a bit of head games between healing and damage here and where they're going to target.
Do we know if the Dragonite came out earlier in the game and got chipped already for its multi-skill to be broken?
It came out, I don't recall. I think it was down to about 70% if I remember.
Dino's saying that they have an error in their match.
They can't pick something? Oh, I have seen that before, but it has been a very long time.
Wait, this might result in I really hope that this isn't the case.
We may have a bug preventing Dino from swapping here.
Yikes, this happened and you know both times it would have affected Dino. I'm waiting on a screenshot just to confirm. I really hope we don't see a battle bug in this match. I'm just waiting on the screenshot to be sent.
Well, in this interim, I would like to say thank you to our community, because in the, I don't know, 16 hours or something like that, maybe 15, maybe a little less than that, but hours that I've been live streaming this, and the other times that I haven't seen any bad actors. So thank you to everybody who has been here cheering on your teams. You've been good sports. You've been cheering for VGC in general, or for your singles love, your Smogon love. And we really appreciate that. This is all an effort to build community, to see these communities come out and come together. And that's the whole purpose of competition in general.
It does look like the battle did end up freezing on this spot. We did get another error that shows up. I did get a screenshot confirmation. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Right now, I do believe our only option is going to be to restart the match. Let me just quickly go through these logs.
The 10-match dream. It could be happening in front of your eyes, everybody.
Yeah, it's very likely that we might have to restart from scratch.
Again, everything can happen in a competition like this. We had a disconnect that resulted in a 6-0 where that player was most likely in a position to win, and sometimes you have to rematch. So hopefully these battlers can recenter themselves. You know, it's one of those things where there are plenty of people who, in the limelight of competition, have made mistakes that, you'd say it's a no-win situation, but that's not always apparent. I mean, saying it in chat is one thing, but it's not always apparent to the battlers, especially in the heat of the moment. So, I suppose it's PokeClash's prerogative to forfeit if they like, but if it is a bug, it is a bug. In the interim, what was that? Oh, I thought, it was just the fire from a candle. In the interim, we'll take a look at a little trailer that helps to
Yeah,
show
give us some time.
the world of the Cobblemon World Cup.
It's a bad decision, or in case it...
Okay, we are getting a decision coming out here. And after considering the scenarios, let me read this for you. After considering the scenarios and the confidence both batters have in their position, a checkmate decision will be made to grant this win to Orkbooz. And that brings it to a good game and Squirtle Squad taking this match and the points they needed to come up with a 2-0 victory, if I'm correct.
I am going to unmute really quick.
Yeah,
I do want to say, in this tournament, we've only exercised this sort of checkmate position once before. I believe it was just a scenario where it was fully mathematically impossible for both players to win. I did consult with both sides of the field, speaking directly with both Orkbooz and Dynamite. Ork felt 100% confident he was winning that position. Even in the commentary prior, I was I feel like I also pointed out that it looked very, very likely that Ork was winning from there on out.
Mm-hmm.
Dino, in the conversations, he was saying, in the public chat available for all of us, he was kind of saying, look, guys, even if the theory is there, even if theoretically I can win from this position, it's just so unlikely and so stacked against me in terms of, having this go through. So he did admit, he in the message, he's like, I'm pretty sure I only have a 20% chance of actually winning this battle. And, that just kind of shows, it's one of those places where I, as the referee, am going to just make that executive decision to grant the win over to Orkbooz backer. If I seemingly both sides of the field are in agreement with it. Dino, who is of course the person that had to make the tough call of realizing that yes, he did lose from that position, did pretty much guarantee or pretty much side with this sort of decision being made. So I hope that it's not too controversial. Definitely the most high stakes one I've had to call when it comes to this sort of checkmate position, but I do feel confident in Orkbooz being able to have won this from here, and Dynamite as well, thinking there has to be an astronomical amount of luck for me to be able to even pull off this win here.
I think the important part is Dino being very forthright with admitting defeat here.
Yeah. Very anticlimactic way to end the Squirtle Squad versus PokeClash set. But that's just how the tournament goes. Hopefully for future matches we don't have battle bugs like these taking place. We have been logging them, recording them every time they pop up. But yeah, very rare. I'm not sure if Dino's previous instance where he was also in a battle bugged match that resulted in him being able to overturn a victory and bring those points back. Maybe that came back. I don't know. I can say so many different things, but at the end of the day, the 3 points are heading over to SquirtleSquadMC, guaranteeing them knockout positions, and PokeClash is going to be sent home after this encounter.
Well, we have seen some very epic matches back to back to back today. We've been to the grass arena, we've been to the water arena, and we've been to the fire arena. And we have seen dreams preserved, and we've seen the clash of titans or Squirtles, whichever it may be. And hopefully you all have had fun today, because that will conclude today's action for the Cobblemon World Cup. There will be, I believe, 2 more days of group action. Also, Orkbooz, congratulations, Orkbooz right here. If Orkbooz wants to come in for an interview, or Dino, I'm happy to hold off with them.
Yep.
If you want to see if they're there, or
yeah, let me see if anybody wants to come in.
Okay, it looks like Orkbooz is down. And we'll see if we can get them in here.
Yeah,
We'll
let's
get
see.
to
Let's
talk
see.
with the recent champ.
Let's try to get, if we see multiple Squirtle Squad people come in or multiple PokeClash, we can get the entire groups in, because I feel like that helps the energy of the interviews. Orkbooz, hello,
fair.
hello.
Welcome,
hi.
Orkbooz. Congratulations. Oh, we're doing great. How are you feeling after that victory?
I mean, I was happy about it, but at the same time, it's kind of unfortunate the game bugged the way it did. I don't think the outcome would have changed, but I mean, all respects to Dino for admitting it, admitting his losing position. I don't think any other player would do that. So
no, it's a very rare character thing. We like to see
I was
that.
gonna say that really made me feel like, dang, it kind of sucks beating him this way because he has so much character.
But as you say, I think that both of you were very you were in recognition of the fact that you were ahead, you were in a position to win, and you had put yourself there. So, you know, a little bit of technical difficulty aside,
yeah.
How do you feel about your performance going into that 3-game set, facing, I think, a very different team from a lot of people that I've seen during this?
That team was very I had to play very smart on my lead, otherwise I could be set back so many turns. Like the turn where on the second game where it flinched the Primarina, allowing the Will-O-Wisp to hit my Meowscarada was so unfortunate. I think it might have cost me that set, but I mean, I'm not complaining. It is a part of Pokemon, and luck is what it is.
Are there any moments that stand out to you as like your best plays during this? Because I feel like, just from my own perspective, your handling of Armarouge was nearly perfect. Like in every situation that Armarouge was trying to do something, very often it was foiled. Do you feel like there was a moment that you most excelled?
I definitely think there was. I think the turn, I think it might have been this battle that we're stuck in. The turn where Armarouge, where I really caught it off guard is when T-Tar was out and Armarouge was really weak, and I could Flower Trick the Armarouge. While I could also Hyper Voice, but either or, both Pokemon were gonna die. So he ended up letting the Armarouge, I think, go down, and then T-Tar switched out into Hitmontop. That was, I think, the play that. I mean, no, I think he wide guarded, but I mean the Flower Trick in turn, regardless. I think that was the turn that really solidified, or that was my favorite turn overall. Out of the entire turn, I think the first game was a little nerve-wracking for me because, again, as you stated, very unique team than most.
Yes.
And that company really caught me off guard the second game. The first game, I felt really confident because I'm like, okay, there's no helping hand support. I can do this. And I made it. The first round, I'm like, okay, good. Let's go into the next one. I went into the next game. I think I went a little too confident with my lead. I thought I could have taken it out with a 2-0, but I mean, respects to him for proving me wrong.
Two very good battlers, seemingly. Especially, I mean, you have to assume if somebody's willing to take that team into this, they clearly have some skill. So props to you for putting up with that one, adapting to it, and obviously you both had a good chess match, I think, and that Armarouge was a very powerful chess piece, and you still managed to overcome it. I think that's fantastic. It was phenomenal to watch.
Thank you. I do want to say something before this interview does close. I do think that both sets, the Primarina sleep turns were phenomenal. Every single turn. One of them was sleep. It was phenomenal.
That's very true. Yes. In the first game, we saw Primarina sleep. In the first matches, we saw Primarina sleep on PokeClash's side for forever. An interminable amount of time. Sleep. And you did not have to sleep for an eternity, and that certainly did help. That's a great call from you as well. Yes. Did you have a 2-turn wake up or a 1-turn wake up? I think
it was a 2-turn wake up. I slept my first 2 turns, which kind of sucked, but I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was a 1-turn sleep on Dragonite and 2-turn sleep.
Oh yes, that's what it was.
Both woke up at the same time, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Yeah, they did.
Well, Orkbooz, congratulations for. I mean, you didn't do it by yourself, but you put your team on your back. You handled the final match of the group format of this tournament for Squirtle Squad, and you brought them to victory. Congratulations!
Let's go.
You guys are headed into the final. Go on. Yeah.
Awesome. I want to say something. Our team as a whole, we were looking at their games. We noticed we wanted to focus more on their singles matches and prioritize singles, but we did also want to discount doubles because they were by far better at doubles than they were singles, and we wholeheartedly accepted that. We had to play on their field, on their open end because we're a far better singles team than we are doubles. We had to do a lot of team prep and just a lot of researching, and I would say finding time to actually practice to learn doubles properly. So
Well, it
I'm
seems you
proud of
did
that
well
win.
with that. And I like the team. Love the performance. Thank you for taking the time to interview with us, and congratulations. Thank you for being a good sport as well. That's
Thank you.
It's a powerful statement and powerful support of our community to see that and to hear that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Take care.
Of course. You guys have a good one.
Later, Orky,
Bye-bye.
as well. Later.
And it doesn't seem that there's anybody else in the interview waiting lobby. Oh man, what a day. What a day of matches.
This is hard to aim at. All right, everybody. Yes, this was a phenomenal day of matches. I hope you enjoyed the stream. And I'm going to turn this music down because for some reason it's like way louder now. But we are going to call it now. Thank you, everybody, for showing up, for hanging out with us, for enjoying the Pokemon battling, VGC and singles. And Navarro, thank you for joining me in the booth today. Aram as well. Great job refereeing. My pleasure to be a part of this. And we'll see you in the next one.
Of course, of course.